My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with the beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring her about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, The Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
Yeah.
What
I
if
mean, I
I
agree with
became a
you.
badger?
And now we are live.
I think you should become a badger, Chris. It would be a good look for you. Oh, hi!
I do think
Hi,
so.
everybody.
Everybody.
Hello.
How's everybody doing tonight on this lovely Tuesday afternoon? Welcome to TurnTables RPG. We are an experimental RPG stream where every mystery we rotate keepers, keeper being the title of the game master of the game that we are currently playing, Monster of the Week. I will be your keeper this week. I am Masha, and I typically play Anne. She might make an appearance today. We don't know. I know. You guys don't. Not yet. Anyway, as you can see, I have a little bit of the keeping jitters, but... and Eric is saying that he supports Chris's badgerification. We gotta make it happen now, guys.
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna do with our sweet, sweet affiliate money if we get it. Anyway, before we kick it off,
Get me a badger
couple
costume.
of announcements. Yes, badger costume I think might be cheaper than turning you into the actual creature itself.
Okay.
But I'm not a doctor. So first announcement is that our beautiful art, I always go the wrong direction. Both our busts and our full body character art have been made by Patrick Costa, whose social media username is PCInc_. We love their art so much. As you know, we talk about it with a lot of love every single time. Another thing, all of the music that you will hear today is by the composer, and I'm going to butcher the pronunciation, and I'm sure Trevor will correct me in chat, Adrian von Ziegler, something like that. He's from Switzerland. He is very cool, and he makes a lot of like Celtic fantasy music. So I would encourage you to check him out. He's on YouTube. He is on Bandcamp. He is on Patreon. I will go get some of those links and share them in the chat as well if you like what you hear. I think that that's all that I have, so I will go ahead and pass it along to Dustin, who I imagine has some more to say about the Zeldathon.
And if by more you mean pretty much the exact same thing that I'm going to say until it happens, you're right. Zeldathon is coming up very soon. On the 27th of December is when it begins at 4 p.m. Eastern Time at twitch.tv/Zeldathon or zeldathon.net. What is Zeldathon? Well, we are a group of people who raise money for charities, typically twice a year. We have Zeldathon Side Quest coming up this time, which is more of a mini marathon because of the whole COVID situation where we haven't been able to meet in person, obviously. But we are still raising money this time for charity water, which helps to get clean water to places that don't have clean water. They dig wells, irrigation systems, anything that they can in order to help these people get water that they so desperately need, because humans need water. We are going to be playing video games 24/7. So it doesn't matter what time zone you're in. If you tune in, you will find a game being played or some other crazy nonsense going on, because we like to make fools of ourselves as well. And it is all for charity. So if you end up being bored that week, or if you want to give, it is the end of the year, so a lot of people like to give at the end of the year because of, well, first off, because they want to give, but also they want to give so that they have that for the tax year. It is going to be the last chance that you get to give for tax related purposes, if you're worried about that at all. But anyways, regardless, I would love to see you guys there. I'll be moderating and I'll be taking part one day, and I don't remember what day it is. And by don't remember, I mean I've not been told by the person in charge of that, so hopefully she will get to me soon. But anyways, I hope to see you guys there, and I will keep talking about this every Tuesday until it happens.
I, for one, am excited to see it happen. Are there any other announcements that anybody would like to make?
Pick me, teach, pick me.
Oh, yes. I wasn't sure what was happening. Go for it.
No, you're good. Hey, everyone. So, as an update for Turntables as is, just letting you know, in case y'all saw those last very crucial 8 seconds of the pre-stream video for this month of December, in order to accommodate for holiday things and seasonal things. We are recording some content for y'all to be released a little bit later in the month. And we just this past weekend we recorded our winter one shot that was run by our very own Chris at the Furf. And we were very excited. It's a lot of fun.
That's me.
And we're also going to be revamping the intro specifically for that one shot, and it will be released in one of the upcoming Tuesdays in order to give our team just like a nice little break for the holiday, to kind of like chill out. Will we still be in the chat? Possibly. Just kind of watching ourselves? Not really, but talking with y'all probably. And we're also planning on doing a couple more game streams as well. If you've been following us since we started at the end of October, we did a game stream way back in the beginning of November, where we played alongside you. We welcomed you into our Discord channel, and there we kind of like chose people to play among us. Y'all played with us through Jackbox Games in the audience, and we're going to be kind of like going through the same steps for these next couple of streams as well. One of them will be a completely recorded Animal Crossing New Horizons session. Everyone's going to come over to my island. It is by no means whatsoever like a competitive Animal Crossing island in any way, shape, or form. I just think it's neat, and I very much wanted to share that with y'all and with all my friends here. So. And then that one will be slightly edited, but the live one will be coming up sometime next week. And right now we are kind of gunning for doing another Jackbox Party Games, the 7th iteration that was just released. And then if y'all have any suggestions or maybe any requests for games that you'd like for us to play or to play with us, feel free to drop them in the chat, and we will definitely take a look at them and be democratic and vote on them and see how that turns out. But
do you know what would be a great place for them to put that information? So
where would that be, Dustin?
Why, our very own Discord.
Very good point.
Wow.
Yes. Is that link in the chat?
It is. Look at that.
Beautiful.
How about that?
Yes, please join our Discord channel in order to get more updates, and to be kind of like closer to the action when the live streams do occur, especially the game ones for sure. And there's also a pretty solid meme channel on there as well that's pretty on fire every week. With that in mind, follow us, join our Discord channel, and follow us on social media at TurnTables RPG on Twitter and Instagram. And if you're here right now and you haven't followed us on Twitch, we would love for you to follow us and continue to hang out with us weekly as we play this fun game of Monster of the Week. And I think that is it for me. Masha?
I think that the last thing I will say before I throw us into our mind palaces of... What am I saying at the moment? Is that I am simultaneously sad and happy that I will not be able to fail any rolls today. There isn't a single dice on my desk. And I feel free for the first time, truly. Without further ado, I will go ahead and set the scene. So, when we left, I feel like the music is too peppy. When we left our hero's last, tensions were high, but all things considered, they knew where they were going next. Now, we already know that Anne is big on cosplay, she loves Renaissance fairs, and at some point, when all of her party members were drunk, she convinced them to sign up for a 5-night Renaissance fair getaway adventure. Now, no one was in a fighting mood, so Teddy started up his train and took them all to a small rural town just outside of the, let's say, San Francisco Bay Area. Our hunters arrive after a short trip enough time to heal any harm, mind you. At a dusty place, they see tents as far as the eye can see. They see people in all kinds of garb. At every Renaissance fair, you have people dressed up as pirates, as time travelers. There's always one guy in a Star Trek outfit that is there to just piss everyone else off. And they arrive with about an hour of festivities before everything closes down, before they have to set up their tent in the kind of designated camping area about a half mile from the train yard where Teddy has parked his train. So, this is where I leave you, hunters. And while Saul lets the intro play, I want you all to think about what your characters would do with a free hour, no holds barred, at a Renaissance fair. Hit it, Saul.
Welcome to tonight's episode of Turntables RPG.
Yes, that.
And we're back.
Gotta do the sparkle fingers whenever we come back.
Aye.
So, everybody, the sun is setting. You have an entire Renaissance fair ahead of you. And mind you, Anne will be there at the fair, but she is all out. No holds barred, as they say. So she is off doing her own thing for the bulk of this time. She does inform you, as you step off the train, that if you go speak to the guy at the front gate who also runs the costume shop, that you have all been outfitted, if you would like, to wear Renaissance garb. But you don't have to. There is no pressure.
If she told him that, Alex is going to start putting together something, like, because, like, you know, he wants to, you know, fit in or whatever. But I mean, if they already got stuff like fitted out, he's going to take that. Otherwise, he would just be wearing like a robe and a cloak or something. But he'll take it. I also know what he's going to be doing.
Excellent. In that case, would you like to go first, Alex?
Yeah, Alex. First off, is going to go to the costume tent or whatever. I you know, and he's going to get outfitted. He's bringing his own sword because that's just what he does, you know. So like I like to picture, since he is, you know, he uses a rapier, it's like he is a little more noble-ish than a lot of people at the, which also just sounds like a thing a vampire would do regardless. But I feel like he's wearing a lot of white, Or, actually, I have an even better idea. Alex is wearing the doctor's mask. Like, he's going full on medieval doctor. Like, he's got the beak, he's got the his almost his entire body is covered. Like, he is all set. That also helps to hide his stuff going on there. But he's gonna go fencing. He's gonna go try and find somewhere where he can like actually fight people with swords for a little while. So that's what he's going to do.
Great. Yeah. So, of course, you are all handed a map when you get there, and this is a good time for me to let you know kind of the general layout of this place. There is, of course, a food court area with plenty of things to eat. There are rows and rows of shops that will sell pretty much anything your money could buy: trinkets, baubles, cups, weaponry, the usual fare. There are 4 stages where performers will be performing throughout the day, some comedy acts, things like that. Can you guys tell I really missed the Ren Fair? It's happening. I'm gonna try not to over-explain today. You are also informed that every afternoon, not tonight because it was the opening day, there is a joust, and the joust occurs in a kind of like arena area towards the back of the whole Ren Fair. And during the daytime, when the joust itself is not happening, that is actually where you can do a little bit of like sword combat training. So I think that is probably where Alex would be headed. And what are you trying to do, Alex? Just find a partner to spar with?
Absolutely, yes. He is like... It's been so long since he's been able to like sword fight with someone who may have some training. So like, because he's just been stabbing monsters recently, if he stabbed anyone at all. And where's the fun of that? So yeah, he's gonna look for someone to spar with.
Sure thing. Alex comes upon this dusty, kind of like rectangled area. Keep in mind, everything here is dusty, but the joust area is particularly dusty, because there needs to be like a soft landing area for people to fall on. And you see a man who is not currently fighting anybody, wearing actually a small crown. And he looks at you and he says, "Ah, heed, young lad. Come here looking for a fight?"
Yes, I have come hither looking for yeah, I came here looking for a fight.
Excellent, young lad. Now, you may fight me, but I warn you, I am an excellent swordsman.
Well, that sounds wonderful to me. He kind of like eyes the crown for a second, and he goes, "My lord?"
Ah, yes. I am known around these parts as King Jimbo. I don't know why that's the name I chose. And I will actually be one of the jousters later on this week, but it doesn't hurt to get a little warmed up in other ways.
Ah, yes, that doth sound quite exciting, my lord. I would be honored to be a warm-up partner for Dao. And he's like, just like inside, he's like, nailed it, yes. Like, but but he can make that face, and nobody can really see it very well. So, I am Dr. Alexander Rose.
Ah, greetings, Doctor. So if you harm me, you could heal me as well. Then I see.
That yes, that is what doctors do, I suppose.
Excellent. Now, how about this? If you can best me in combat, I will provide you with a voucher for a crown just like this one, that you may wear or take home to your friends. What say you?
That doth sound doable, my lord.
And he kind of leans in and whispers, You're doing great. It's really hard to do the voice, especially if you're not used to it. So, I think...
I just realized how fun would it be if someone had played the Exile for this. So, like, the Exile playbook is someone who is literally from the medieval ages that has been thrust forward into time. And I'm just like, oh, that would be... Sorry, anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Am I not good enough for you? I'm kidding. It's a joke. I'm not upset in any way, shape, or form. Cyber Goji says King Jimbo is secretly in exile. I don't know. We'll see.
Like, just them just talking like normal, and then having King Jimbo like be like, "You're doing pretty good, kid." Like, and they're like, "I doth not know what thou speaketh." Sorry. Anyways, I apologize for interrupting. Just had
You
to
are
share
all
that.
good. So I think that what we're gonna do here is King Jimbo is going to post up away from you a little bit, and he is going to hold up his rapier. And I would like for you to describe to me how you are going to try to best this man in combat.
I mean, disarming is the best way to go about beating anyone in combat, and given that he doesn't actually want to slash people open in the middle of a Renaissance fair, Alex would absolutely try to do some tricky maneuvers to try and disarm King Jimbo and leave him defenseless without using vampire magic. He's not gonna. That's cheating.
Fair enough. So I think what I would like for you to do is to roll an act under pressure roll. And I will let you guys know that for this, I don't think I'm gonna let... You know what? I'm not even gonna say anything. Go ahead and roll.
All right, here we go. Act under pressure plus cool. That's one of my good stats. Not that it matters, because I just rolled 10 on the dice, so that's going to be 12 total.
Nice.
Excellent. So, Alex, you run over to King Jimbo, and with a move so quick he doesn't even know what hit him, you are able to disarm his rapier out of his hand. He looks at you in shock, but the shock quickly fades, and he says, "Ah, you are better suited to this task than you let on, young lad. In any case, take your voucher and get your free crown."
Thank you, my lord. It must have been a lucky strike. And he offers a bow, like, you know, he... So, spoiler alert, Alex plays D&D, so, like, he doesn't tell anybody that for the same reasons he doesn't mention the video game stuff. But, like, he plays he played D&D, he's not played in a while. But, like, one of his secret goals in life, or one of his secret dreams in life, is to get the group that he's currently traveling with to play in a D&D game with him. Like, that's what he wants, but he's too afraid to ask.
It's gonna be a super...
Well, this might help get them on his side.
Yeah.
So... Alright. So that is what Alex has done. Anybody else, anything calling out to you for this last hour of the fair?
Apophis is definitely going to change into some medieval garb, but he is probably far too large for most of it, so I think he's just going to switch out his little Egyptian skirt kilt for just some pants, some Renaissance pants, and I think he's gonna go just full snake, and people are gonna be like, cool cosplay, like the Scarab Beetles. Wrong era, my dude. But I think he's going to shop around and specifically look at a fortune teller, tarot reader, something like that.
Yeah, so In one part of the fair, there are a couple of tents set up that are decorated a little bit more strongly than the rest. There are gemstones, there are little things that clink clang around and make noises, tapestries, and you see a couple of folks there with tarot cards.
And Apophis, maybe is not the best at understanding when magic is real and when it is not real. And he wants to know more about his destiny as a summoned character slash bringer of the apocalypse.
All right. So Apophis sits down at a table that opened up as they walked up, and they are met by the gaze of a younger woman with short, chopped black hair. Hello. I quite like your garb. What would you like to know today?
I am here to bring about the end of the world, but I'm not so sure that that is the type of chaos I want to cause while I'm here. I am unsure of my destiny and how to cause it, and I'm scared that at any time I may bring about the end of civilization.
Hey. That's... Let me go ahead and read your cards and I will let you know what they say. And full disclosure, Masha knows very little about tarot, so she's gonna do her best.
This poor person is just like, I don't get paid enough for this. I don't.
And she shuffles her deck. ? Where's Trevor when you need him? He reads tarot. She shuffles the deck and pulls out and flips over the correct number of cards. Apophis, I would like for you to roll plus weird. Just a plain plus weird roll.
All right. The minute you said I realized you were going to tell me to roll, I realized I had no dice, so let me grab those real fast from my Wildwood Clinky dice jar.
Quickly research tarot cards.
4 plus 2 is 6, plus 2 is 8.
Hey. A mixed success, she says. Just kidding. She looks at the cards that are there, and you notice that she's looking at them a little bit longer than you feel like is comfortable. Apophis, even you, with your somewhat limited understanding of like social function, as a snake creature. But she looks at the cards and she says, it seems that which you fear will come to pass. But you have some leeway. It doesn't have to come to pass the way that you anticipate, and in fact, it doesn't seem like it has to happen completely either. I imagine you'll know what to do with that information more than I, as it sounds that you are handling your own hardships, but there are those out there who seek to help you in whatever decision you choose, whichever way you would like to go.
Question for the keeper: did you describe a specific type of card, or
No.
Can you?
I can certainly try.
No, you don't have to.
I don't
please.
wanna. I don't wanna make
No, it's-
anything up.
No, it's good. I fully understand. I would not know anything either. You
I
could
told
say something
myself-
and I would believe it.
I wasn't trying to call you out. I just didn't know. If
No,
you
no,
had one.
it's all good. Yeah. Maybe I'll retcon something later when I frantically do some research over the break, but we're not quite there yet. Okay. So, Chuck and Teddy. Alex immediately left to go fight some folks, and Apophis kind of wandered off, but you figure they'll be okay. They've fit into a less accepting crowd before. What are the two of you up to?
Sure, let the two monsters walk off on their own. I'm sure it's fine.
I'm sure that's okay.
Nothing bad will happen. Of
Nothing to
course
worry
not.
about the 10-foot snake monster and the vampire. Who cares?
Teddy will kind of look over at Chuck and say, "You gonna go and head out and do stuff?"
Chuck, who's just sort of been, I think he's been sitting at the table, just like he has like a large pile of the wrappers from Big Zeddy's that he stole, and he's just sort of, and he and he just sort of like he turns to Teddy and is like, "Do you think they have food?" I've never been to one of these things.
To be completely honest, neither have I. Well, at least not on like a visiting way. I usually just stop by to use the forges that some of the blacksmiths have. They're pretty useful for big batches. If you want to walk around, I don't mind going with you. But I do have something to say to you, and I don't know if you want to do it in private or if you prefer the anonymity of a crowd.
I mean, you can do whatever you want. You're your own person.
All right. Teddy will go over to the costume tent and switch out his waistcoat and slacks for kind of like poofy pantaloons and kind of like one of those like peasant kind of like crisscross, cloth shirts, and just kind of like a brown wooden cloak with a hood to wear over his normal overcoat, and like a wooden staff and like a little satchel, and he will keep his cowboy hat, but he will essentially be a medieval fantasy cowboy. And he will walk out to Chuck, like with the staff, and say, "I'm ready to go. Did you want to change?"
I'm good. And then Chuck, like, he doesn't have his hat on, so he reaches for his hat and he accidentally grabs like a jester's hat and doesn't notice and puts it on. It's just like, okay, let's go.
Perfect.
And I think Teddy will walk alongside Chuck, with the express hope of finding a blacksmith at some point, even if it's one that's kind of like open, is kind of like very sadly, I have never been to a Ren fair, so like if there are blacksmiths who kind of like do their forging for a crowd or something along those lines, even if it's like one of those kind of setups, I think Teddy would probably want to rent out their forge for a time, and he has a nice fat wad of cash for whichever blacksmith is willing to let him play with their forge. But as they are walking, Teddy's going to pull out a black case. It almost looks kind of like a ring box, except a little bit wider and thicker. And he kind of like holds it to Chuck to give to Chuck, if Chuck will take it.
Okay, so Chuck sees like the size of the box and is like, Teddy, I like you and all, but this is hardly a proposal. And he takes it like just sort of like half like heartedly.
Open it up, Chuck. I promise it's not what you think it is.
Chuck opens it up then. Sure.
Uh, as you open it up, you see a case with 10 cold steel bullets or cold iron bullets inside. And Chuck is quiet, or I'm sorry, Teddy is quiet for a moment as you kind of like look at them to see if like you have anything to say before he sets up his spiel.
I think Chuck just looks at it and is like, honestly, I think a ring would have been nicer.
Yeah, maybe, Chuck. I wanted to give you those because I think you were right about the Fairy Queen.
That's not like you.
I didn't agree with what she was doing in that town. And all I can think about is all those families that never got to see their loved ones again because of what she did. And if circumstances were different in that moment in time, I would have been all for you putting a bullet through her skull. But when I think back to it, and Alex, myself, we had just blown through a whole messy ass gauntlet that beat the shit out of us. And she just got a power up during that time. And who knows what would have happened if we had killed her, if one bullet would have even done the job. So those are for next time. I'm sorry, Chuck, for raising my voice and yelling at you. My daddy yelled and his daddy yelled before him, and I've always strived to do something different, to be different. Every action has an equal opposite reaction, and when you push that kind of negativity into the world, it's bound to bounce back. And so I wanted to tell you here, face to face, that I'm sorry. And I'm sorry that if we've been dismissing you and your thoughts and your ideas from the plans that we've been trying to make as a group. I think out of all of us, there is no one else whose word or whose opinion I care most of other than you, aside from you. You and I, we've been through the shit. And I know that you've been through a lot. And I don't want you to think that I don't respect that. And that I don't respect you. So, take those bullets with the promise that if we ever go back for that Fairy Queen, I'll be right next to you.
Chuck, whose hands are like shaking a little more than usual, closes the case and puts them in his pocket and is just sort of, I appreciate that, and I understand that I'm probably not the best person to ever pass a judgment on another person or say who is worthy of forgiveness and who is not. I understand that that's not, I'm probably the last person to be judging a person's characters myself. And maybe my it's just that whole day I don't know if I just was trying so hard to get you guys back, and I think I don't know, it was hard because I don't know what I would have done if you guys hadn't come back. Mostly because I cannot drive the train, and I don't know if Apothis could. But also because I would be really pissed if you died before me. That'd be really stupid. And honestly, I don't know if I could forgive you if you did die before me. But yeah, no, I think, I don't know. there was a lot. I made a lot of bad choices, and I keep making bad choices, and I don't. And at the time, I don't know. It felt right, but then again, I don't know much about that. I'm I'm new to this thing. I appreciate what you guys do. I don't know. I'm not good at this. I don't know. You're so you, and I don't like comparing myself. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. I don't know. That whole day was such a mess. I don't know. And Chuck is sort of like he's trying to figure out how to speak because he doesn't talk about this thing often. Or like he doesn't really like have the chance to do this a lot. So he's just sort of I feel like he's just sort of like he's like shaking his head like I don't.
It's okay, Chuck. Trust me, I have no plans of going anytime soon. Uh, but what I will say is these things take time. You remember how long it took for the two of us to really get the wheels greased and going back in the day? Uh, I remember I couldn't even keep up with you in the first couple of months, but I found my way eventually, and I think that's just kind of what happens when you team up. You know, going solo for a long time switches your mindset a bit, switches the way you look at problems because you're not used to having as many variables or resources. And I'm sorry that you had to deal with us leaving. Um, we didn't really have a plan, but to give you all those resources and then only to take them away from you in a time when you really needed them wasn't really fair of us either. Was I? And
Well, it was fairies that kidnapped you is one thing. So that I understand.
I do have a question though, Chuck. When we were having it out, you were really concerned about what was right and what was wrong. And I know that we've always, or at least when we worked together, we operated in a very morally gray area. You know, on one end, you know, we've burned down buildings to take down vampires' nests without really knowing if there were innocents inside. On the other hand, you know, we have combed through so many different warehouses just to take out one shapeshifter. And we press silver to every single person in some way, shape, or form to figure out who was who. You know, we're both angel and devil in a lot of different ways. Why are you, I guess, and you know, it's been some time since we've really connected since those days. What changed? Why are you so focused on what's black and white?
I think. Well, when I met you, I was in a very different place. There was a lot of there was a chance for me to before I met you, there was a chance for me to get out, and I didn't. And so now all these years I've just sort of been doing the same thing. You know, every now and then I had moments where, you know, you have your sniper on some guy and then oh no, he goes to hug his kids and then you feel bad because you're like, yeah, you a lot of times in the line of work you do so much of it that you forget that the people you are caught you I am working in the line of lives. There's people I'm affecting, and you know it got to a point where maybe it was time for me to get out, and then I retired, and then it by the time I retired I was like it just felt empty. It was like I felt like I was wasting away, and that there was nothing. I've I wanted to have value in myself, and then and then things happen. You're told you don't have that much time left, and then I start talking to people I shouldn't be talking to. I make deals, and it comes down to I only have a I only have a year, and so I don't have much time left to really mess with the details. And so a lot of times I just want to I think my mindset goes to I want to try to save the most people I can before the the door closes and the train parts, I guess.
Teddy will kind of smirk at that and kind of like walk maybe like 30 seconds in silence alongside Chuck, kind of processing before he kind of says, I understand, Chuck. Now, on the latter end of the years, I look back at all the things I've done and the things that I didn't mean to do and the things that I've set in motion. And I also wonder about what the scales are going to balance at the end of my road, at the end of my line. But I know you're my senior by a year, but I'm gonna give you a little piece of advice that I learned after my Emma died, and it's that you can't look for redemption or forgiveness from other people. Those things can only come from inside yourself. And this group here that we've got going, it's good. It's a good thing. But we're not your redemption or your forgiveness. But we can be your family for a time if you'll let us. It's odd to see Apophis, Alex, and Anne kind of starting down this path that you and I started way long ago, because it makes you think about what really have we affected, what really have we changed. If there's still youngins out there throwing themselves at the wheel to save the planet, to save people, to protect people. And I would encourage you to think that in this time that we have, that we're affecting them as much as we're affecting the world around us. That we can help them get past the hurdles that we had to face, for hurdles that maybe we created. But in the end, it's odd, it's crazy to think about now, but in the end, this is their world. We had our time, and all we can do now is make sure that we do what's right by them.
Yeah. But I mean also Apophis every now and then keeps mentioning this apocalypse thing. I don't know. I don't think we've ever fully talked about that.
That should probably be a powwow or something that we.
That should be that should be a conversation at lunch.
Yeah.
Not this lunch in particular, just a lunch.
Yeah.
And as you guys kind of get to this point in your conversation, you realize that the sun has set and that most folks around you have kind of cleared out. You walk around a bit more, it's a little bit darker, and then someone approaches you and informs you that, while there are 20 more minutes left in the fair, that this is a good time to head back to the campground and make sure that you are all set up for the night if you are spending it here. So, do either of you want to check out any shops or do any activities? You will have more time when the day breaks again, but
I think if Chuck sees like a big like turkey leg stand, he'll just be like, "Hark, can I have a turkey leg, please?"
Yes, there is absolutely a big turkey leg stand. In fact, there are a couple of them.
There's always
kind
so
of
many of these
scattered throughout the fair.
Honestly, I feel bad for the turkeys.
I mean, yeah, where does the rest of it go? Questions we don't want answered.
Of course, I also eat the gravery savory.
The savory gravery.
Yeah, I apologize. My own.
I can't believe you right now.
My Big ZD's lore.
But yeah, so as you two kind of walked around, you walked maybe a lap or two. It is quite a large, expansive area, but there were a couple of shops and shopkeepers that you saw twice. There is a big food court with like picnic tables and things, and a variety of food stuff places, but there are a couple of stands spread out, selling, of course, alcohol, and then turkey legs and fruit ices, which are the fan favorite to keep cool um, in the heat of a Renaissance fair. So you have no problem getting yourself a turkey leg. I am going to regret asking this question. How many is Chuck buying?
Well, okay, so I imagine there's like security like here, like Chuck couldn't bring in his whole like hunting rifle and his pistol. I assume that would be a no-no.
There is security, but they see your weapons and they assume that they are props.
Oh, cool,
Um,
perfect.
there, it's, you know, if you pull your gun, you as a logical thinking human being knows that
Mhm.
you will get very much arrested.
No, I mean no,
Um,
that was not what I was saying specifically. I was asking
please,
because
please don't hold the turkey leg cart man at gunpoint.
you
Please,
will
I
give
beg
me
you.
all your stock. This is though I think I ask that because I imagine Chuck wouldn't like carry his rifle on his back. He'd like keep it in like a duffel bag, and so
Mm,
he would ask for enough turkey legs to fill up the duffel bag.
oh boy. Since it's the end of the day, I think that they only have 10 left.
This is so
Um,
disappointing.
but they make sure to wrap them up tightly in foil, and they give you a whatever they have left of their gravy, which is
Perfect.
a lot.
Okay, so here's the situation I'm imagining. So
Uh-huh.
I think on one hand Chuck's carrying the duffel bag full of turkey legs, and on the other hand he's carrying a turkey leg. He is carrying around his neck a he has tied ropes to this bucket of gravy that he is dipping the turkey leg in and then eating.
It's a yoke. You've put a yoke around yourself to carry this.
This is horrific. This is horrific. Um,
You've heard of
but
gravy trains. This is a gravy yoke.
I will
Yeah.
also say it's pretty much a stick up without a gun where he's holding up the duffel bag. He's like, put it in the bag. Put it all in the bag.
Put it
my
all in the
goodness.
bag.
Um, this is not the first tabletop game I've played where somehow a bucket of sauce ends up obtained and eaten over the course of a little too long of time. Um, funny how that seems to be a common trend. But Chuck has his 8 days worth of turkey legs. Teddy, is there anything? I guess you were saying that you would want to potentially chat with a blacksmith.
Yes, I think at this point,
Um,
I don't. At this point, I don't think Teddy would want to like if they're beginning to like cool down the forge and things of that nature. I don't think Teddy
Mhm.
would want to impose on that. But maybe he could like come earlier in the morning and like light the forge and like kind of get everything going, and then by the time that the blacksmith actually gets on site, it's like ready to go and Teddy's done with his crafting. I think is kind of like the
yeah. I think how I would like for this to go is as you are leaving the kind of fair proper on the way back to the campsite area, Chuck with his duffel bag of turkey legs, which is just horrific, truly horrifying. Sorry, as keeper, I'm supposed to be impartial and a fan of the hunters, but golly gee, is that going to be a greasy bag?
It's
Um,
always the rifle's coated.
you do come across a forge master. This is incorrect. How many episodes of Forged in Fire have I watched? You do come across a blacksmith who is kind of putting his tools away and his fire is down. Um, and you plead your case with him. I would like for you to roll manipulate someone
okay.
to convince him to allow you to open up your forge early.
That's a plus charm.
That is plus charm.
Hold up, I'm not even gonna. Okay, it did.
You'll have
It
to
did.
hold them up, I think.
Yeah.
Is that boxcars?
It is
That is
boxcars.
boxcars.
with a +1.
Yeah.
That is 13.
Dude.
Never has a man trusted you in his life more than this blacksmith does with his forge. He gives you a 10-minute tour of the workspace, shows you where all of his good tools are, and lets you know that while he'll be there at 6 a.m. to set up, if you would like, you can hop in there a little bit earlier than that and forge whatever you like, so long as you clean up after yourself. And I think in keeping with what I am aiming for here, Chuck, I would like you to roll plus sharp.
Okay, I'm a sharp boy. Okay, I rolled a 3 and a 1.
Oh
so
no.
4. I'm a sharp boy.
Mark experience.
So
Yay! I don't do that a lot.
You can mark experience. I think that what happens here is the turkey leg shopkeeper kind of runs after you a little bit, calling your name. And for a moment, there is a glimmer of excitement in your heart that maybe they found a couple extra in the back. But instead, you are informed that you only paid half of your bill. They didn't charge you for half of the turkey legs. And so they're basically just coming after you for the rest of their funding. Now, I know that money is not something that we've really talked about in this game that much. It's kind of inconsequential. Like, this is me at the audience. It's kind of assumed that everybody has X amount of money. It's not really meant to be like a hindrance. Obviously, Anne can't just buy a helicopter just for fun, but within reason. So this is kind of a mild inconvenience for you, and like maybe a little bit embarrassing.
This is so sad. Usually I keep more money on me. I don't even know how this would have happened.
But with that, do you all feel that you would kind of head back to the campground when your individual activities are done?
Alex has a crown now.
Alex does have a crown now. Now there were many options, and I will leave it up to you. Is there any crown in particular that piqued your interest?
What were the options?
Oh boy, this is my fault.
Yeah, you're the one that said, "Hey, there are options," and then you were like, "Oh shoot,
you're right.
I didn't think you'd ask."
Well, I kind of was like, Dustin, you can come up with whatever you like, but I am the keeper. It's my job to have the big imagination thing. So there are crowns, of course, not as regal as the one that King Jimbo was wearing, but there are small, kind of classic, like pointy crowns with little gems in them. They're not plastic. These crowns are actually kind of hardy. They're still made of metal. But the gemstones aren't real or anything. You're not going to get money for pawning this off, but it's a step above, a classic souvenir. So there are those kinds of crowns. There are also circlet type crowns, like what you would imagine like an elf would wear. So kind of like wrapping around the forehead. And then there are also a couple of crowns that are a little bit simpler, kind of like pounded pewter looking style, like just metal, no gemstones, and a little bit bigger. They're meant to be worn a little bit more loosely.
Alex would definitely grab one of the elfie boys. He's gonna go with the circlet. Yeah, like that's essentially it. That's exactly it. A plague doctor mask with a tiara taped to it. But like it, I mean, it's the circlets. That's absolutely what I was picturing as well. So high five on great minds thinking alike. But yes, that's absolutely what he's gonna go with. Like just a very pretty, like elven-esque, like Celtic style circlet that he would then put on top of his mask.
Excellent. Great. So if there are no other outstanding things that people would like to do, you all find yourself back together at the campground. It is, of course, dusty here, as it is everywhere else. But you see Anne kind of stoking a fire in front of a decently sized, like, yurt tent type thing. There's a little bit of food that she's grilling on this fire for you guys, and she just says, "Hey, this is kind of the best seat in the house, so there are beds in there, blankets. It's even got its own little kind of restroom in the back. I'm gonna be up bright and early. I'm actually gonna be in the parade tomorrow. You guys let me know if you need anything or if anything is confusing. Yeah, dinner will be ready in a few." And Anne looks at Chuck and looks at his duffel bag that's leaking grease, and she's just like, "Chuck,
He like he reaches in and pulls out a turkey leg, and he's like, "Turkey leg?"
um, you can keep that, Chuck. How did I know that you, of all people, would find as many turkey legs as possible?
I got the crown.
I like it. It suits you, Alex.
Mm.
Not in that way. And
Yeah,
didn't mean it like that.
Are
you still wearing the mask? I think.
Yes.
Okay.
He definitely is still wearing the mask and the crown.
Great.
At the same time, like, do you want to wear it in the parade or whatever? Because you can, like, it's fine. You could do it, like.
Oh, I've got my outfit for tomorrow planned. Don't worry.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
But with that,
Apophis, look, I got a crown. He's just gonna go around and tell people about it.
Apophis gives him like a big old thumbs up, like, yeah, man, you're king of the Ren Fair.
Chick is just like, do you want a turkey leg? Does anyone want turkey legs? I got extras.
Teddy has a notebook and he's like sketching something out, and he will occasionally ask Apophis to kind of like just raise their hand like and flip it back and forth for him, as he just kind of like jots down notes.
I'm good, thanks.
All right. So, without further ado, if no one has anything else immediately on their to-do list, I will send you all off to bed. This is kind of like classic D&D fashion. Everybody sleeps. You all don't know Alex's digestive secrets.
We do.
Not yet.
Canonically, we do not know.
Now, canonically, you, like, the characters didn't find out either. Like, he's not.
That's true.
That's fair.
I told you all.
Yeah, so I imagine that the night goes fairly fine. Of course, there's a little bit of awkwardness sleeping in a place you've never been before, but the beds are comfy enough, and there's a small space heater in the middle of the yurt that kind of keeps you all warm throughout the night. But something strange does happen. You all... Which one of you is the most magical? I kind of assume that it's Apophis, correct?
It would surprise me if it was not the actual being made of magic.
Yeah, that's
fair. It's not me.
So, Apophis, while you sleep, you have this strange dream. And in this dream, you are again at this Renaissance fair. You are walking around, looking at the shops. Everything seems the same as it did before. And you see yourself again walking up to this tarot reader, but something is different this time. She doesn't look so good. In fact, she looks very, very sick. And she flips a card over from her stack, and before she can read it, she faints. And you wake up. And the sun has risen, just barely. And trumpets sound. Anne is not in the tent. Day 2 of the Ren Fair has begun.
Teddy would have woken up earlier.
Mhm.
Is that so cool, or was this just
Yeah,
a dream specifically for Apophis?
I think that that's fine. Teddy would wake up a little bit early, and head over to the blacksmith area. Yes, I guess with the knowledge that you have just gained, Apophis, is there anything in particular you would like to do or say?
Apophis is going to tell everyone about the dream he had, and also once he like he'll be going to check out the tarot reader later as soon as he can.
Definitely. And since this would be happening chronologically earlier, Teddy, what is it exactly that you are doing at the forge?
So Teddy has taken some of a very minuscule or a very minuscule amount of silver with him, and also a chunk of magnetic rock, and using kind of like starting off the morning with like carving off most of the like actual like excess of said rock to get down to the magnetic ore. He would have smelted that down, cast it into a mold, and begun to cool it, and then kind of like stuck two little voltage rods inside of it and started run a current through them in order to keep the magnetic pull going inside of the casting. And essentially, he is making a set of brass knuckles that are fitted for Apophis's fingers, that have like little divots that go in, kind of in between where the knuckles are, that are shaped specifically for ball bearings that he's also going to melt down the silver for. And essentially, I want to create a gadget for Apophis to wear on their hands that doesn't add any harm, but depending on the material that they want to have, they can add a specific tag to their fist, such as like silver or cold iron or something along those lines that Teddy can quickly smelt into ball bearings that will magnetically stick into the brass knuckles, in order for them to punch better.
I feel like this would need to be potentially like a weird science roll, since you're trying to kind of create a gadget gizmo thingy.
Sounds good to me. Yes. Okay. And then weird science is plus weird, so that's 6 plus 3, 9 plus 2 is 11.
Okay.
So for my weird science requirement, I will say it will take a long time to get it working.
Okay.
And I think it's just like it seems to be picking up like normal, like spoons and forks and things of that nature, but it's not picking up the silver ball bearings at the moment. But science, it just needs time to polarize. Awesome, yes. Do not quote me on that. I just
Magnets, how do they work?
yeah.
Isn't there a song like that? Isn't that the Insane Clown Posse? Anyway, so remind me, my weird science sheet is in the other room.
Mhm.
Do you still have to pick 2 tags, or is it just 1 when you get a full success?
When I get a full success, I pick 1 requirement, and so
Okay, and I don't pick 1,
yeah,
right?
that's correct. That's correct. That's on
Okay.
the mixed success.
Okay. Yeah, I think that I think that what happens, that will kind of help you with your situation is you are trying to get these to work, and you are noticing that they are still kind of doing this strange magnetic thing. And at some point, the blacksmith himself comes up and kind of watches you quietly for a minute and says, "Hey, this is really cool. This is a really neat project, but it seems like you can't really get it working. if you're comfortable leaving it here with me, I can tinker with it for a while, and by the end of the day today, these should be working just fine.
Ooh. But if we might get magically whisked off somewhere, then they'll be here, and I won't be able to use them. Okay. I think Teddy doesn't know that he's in a game of Monster of the Week, so he will say, "Sure, that's mighty kind of you. Yeah, absolutely. I would also appreciate any notes of like the process that you take in order to get it right. Just because old dogs can learn new tricks, and this is just something that I really am interested in learning more about. So if you don't mind leaving some notes for me, I'd appreciate that. But I'll be back at the end of the day, see how it's turning out."
He says, sure thing, and I'll be around. I actually do a show later this afternoon if you'd like to come watch. What's your name?
Oh, my name is Teddy Ulysses Franklin.
Oh, hi Teddy. It's nice to meet you. My name is God, this is what happens. My name is Fuck. How do people do this? My name is Luis.
Nice. Yes. No. Good. I love it. It was very nice to meet
Teddy
you.
just says yes. Good.
Good. Good.
I love that.
I'll
name,
get better
Luis.
at this as time goes on. This is how. I mean, no, I didn't plan on having this character. But yeah, so Luis gives you his name. He shakes your hand. It's rugged and rough, and yeah, he
Gets
invites
everywhere.
you to.
Oh, sorry, Frog.
Damn, you did.
But yeah, what is everybody else doing?
It's like early in the morning, correct?
It's early in the morning. I think right now the sun has just come up. Teddy is gone, and Apophis has woken up from a very strange dream that I think everybody but Teddy knows about because Teddy was not there when Apophis awoke.
Okay, so Apophis has told us about had a crazy bad dream. Tarot card girl dies. I think Chuck is in response to that. Chuck goes, "I would usually say you need to for the bad dream stuff. That there's a medication you can take. I understand. Bad dreams happen to me sometimes. A lot of that comes with therapy, but also in our line of work, that could legitimately be a magical thing that is a serious problem that we have to go through at some point. So take that with a grain of salt, I guess."
Puffus just kind of I was about to say he just kind of grits his teeth, but I'm not really sure how a snake would do that. But he just kind of gives Chuck a half smile and is like, I think I will investigate this.
If
And
you
then
find out,
he pulls a turkey leg out of his bag and is like, "Make sure you eat breakfast."
Apophis eats it.
Thank you. It's somewhat cold now.
if
Yeah,
you-
I can't imagine it tastes great, but Apophis doesn't care.
it also tastes slightly of duffel bag.
Has a
Tastes
weird
a little bit like
fabricy
gunpowder.
taste.
Yeah.
No.
Stored in the same bag that Chuck's guns are usually in.
If you do find out that someone is sick, I'm around. So do let me know, and I'll come and take a look. Okay.
Will do. Thanks, Alex.
Okay, Birdman, what are we doing?
Maybe I should start talking like this, just so everybody
maybe.
gets the...
Please don't.
Realistic.
Yeah,
Make it realistic and really hard to edit. It'll be great.
perfect.
I mean, that's a good question. I guess we could head out and just take a look around, right? You see what we can discover. The parade is apparently going to happen, so we can check that out if we've not already missed it.
Mm. You know, Usually if I go to a parades, I'm in a building, but let's not think about that for a moment and let's just keep going.
Not the grassy knoll?
No, 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 no. Not that one. Sadly, was
Alright.
not around for that one.
Alright.
You,
Careful about
It
what
was
we
like
make canon,
11.
guys.
it was 11 at the time.
Yeah, that would have been great. I mean, I wasn't. No, there was no part of that. I was 11.
Chuck started
Okay.
at a young age.
young problems. Yikes! No, we're done with this conversation.
I think it was canon that he did start at a young age, but I think it was like stealing cars first.
Yeah, not 11 though. Young age, not 11.
So, team, what are y'all doing? There's some interest in seeing what is up with the tarot reader. I know I haven't given y'all much else to work with, but
I think Teddy will meet up with the group when they're like halfway to their desired location. At least just because Teddy's not with the group right now, I don't feel like I should have a say.
I mean, we could go and check on your friend? The person that you saw in your dream. And then from there decide where to go.
I mean, honestly, I'm cool with doing research stuff.
I would, yes, I would like to investigate my nightmare. I can go alone if that is needed, but if she really is sick, Alex, I think it would be helpful for you to come with.
Yeah. I'll be happy to. I don't have anything planned regardless. So
I
he does have the crown on around his mask again, by the way.
I am so glad that something weird's happened because, in all honesty, I would not know what to do with myself here.
I mean, eating turkey is a very.
That would be most of it.
I mean, there's probably an eating contest somewhere. You know. You
Oh
could always-
gosh.
yes, and
Yes.
put all our
And let's
responsibilities
go.
and make Chuck eat a bunch of legs. Turkey legs, mind you. Jesus. It's a leg
bunch of
contest. Ah,
What
frog
kind of leg?
leg.
Who knows?
It's
Chuck is-
you go up in size. It starts with frog leg, and it
Cricket
ends
leg
with like a
first.
boar's leg.
Oh my
And
gosh.
they have increasingly. You have increasingly fewer utensils.
Oh, so
Okay.
it's leveling up in Monster Hunter, is what you're saying.
I've never played, so
Yeah.
I will laugh
The
and
move
assume that's a
only
reference that I would get if I had played.
So-
Okay.
unrealistic.
So we'll
Party.
keep the eating contest in mind, but first we should probably investigate.
Yes.
Sounds good.
And now that, the sun has come up, the fair proper is just kind of starting to open back up. You notice a few cars in a parking lot kind of in the distance. And Anne did inform you that this fair is open to the general public to kind of come and go for just a day or two, depending on what they would like. But the fair itself is here for about 7 to 8 days. The first day to set it up, the very last day to take it all back down. Yeah. So there are some people kind of walking around. You see a lot of familiar faces. A lot of the people working here are not in the same exact clothing, but their clothes are just similar enough that you've already seen them. What are you looking for in particular? Are you going straight to the tarot tents, or how are we feeling?
Apophis definitely wants to go straight to the tarot tent.
Alex will follow. He doesn't
Yeah,
know
I
exactly
think
where
we're
he's
following.
going.
I think just for flavor, at some point Chuck realizes that he grabbed the wrong hat, but he left it on the train and does not want to go back to the train at this point. So he is keeping the jester hat on.
Perfect. Very stylish.
Yes.
Alex probably complimented him on the hat, and that's how he found out about it.
Chuck was like, nobody's ever
Very-
nice to me.
Chuck's
There
like,
must be
wait,
something
my
up."
hat? Oh no!
Do I have mustard on my face? I had a good Chuck voice the other day. It's gone now.
Wow.
And I think Teddy, you you kind of notice your party members walk past at some point, so if you would like to join back up with them, you are more than welcome to.
Yes. I think in his very layered outfit, he's just gonna kind of like toss his cloak over his overcoat and kind of like rush over to meet up with the group and say, sorry I wasn't there this morning. Did y'all get up okay?
Has
Weird
been
stuff.
a
Sorry.
rough night in terms of sleeping.
Oh, do you
we
need
are.
some ZQuil? I got some in the train. I could pop it out to you.
I do not think that would end well for me or for you,
It probably would
given
take
the
a
amount
while.
of ZQuil I would need, probably. I had a dream. I feel like my Apophis voice changes every week. I had a dream.
Maybe Apophis' voice does change though. Like,
Yeah.
Maybe.
Canon. Boom.
Apophis has been on the planet been
Really?
around for like 20 years, and he's still going through puberty a little bit.
Apophis is
In a
the
couple of
embodiment-
sessions.
It's the embodiment of chaos. Like
Yeah.
fluctuation should
Yeah.
be expected. Yeah.
In a
Yes.
couple of sessions, Apophis will be British, and we will,
Yeah.
we will all be left in wonder.
As a scientist, I will say that biologically, harbingers of doom go through puberty for a little bit longer than the rest of us, so
Yeah.
you know, it's good to keep
So.
that in mind.
And that's
Yeah.
science.
Yes, you can trust me because I went to college. I would
Science
never lie to
fact.
you.
science rule.
You were saying you were having a dream?
I went to see a fortune teller last night, and I dreamt she was ill and decaying away, sort of. Hard to explain. We're going to check it out.
Is this the same lady you visited yesterday?
Yes, I know what she looks like and know where she was found yesterday, at least. So I wanted to check it out and make sure she was all right.
Yeah, makes sense. Cover your bases. I really do hope that this just ends up being like a nice Renaissance weekend, but we'll see.
Oh. Just like the Magic School Bus intro, like, with the frizz, no way.
Please let this be a normal field trip.
What would be really funny is if it really was, and Masha,
If it really is, oh my god.
like the whole plan is just us hanging out at a Renaissance Fair because Masha misses it so much.
Just,
I
that would be
mean-
the ultimate. That'd be really
I mean, I'm
funny.
definitely kind of torn because I feel like you guys are having fun. And I don't want to make you not have fun by murdering everybody.
I think another part of the Keeper's agenda, though, is to add horror to everyday life or something along those lines.
Mm.
So
Nah.
Well, I mean,
Nah.
Just
Chuck
get
just
Chuck
ate-
indigestion.
yeah, Chuck's been
Yeah.
eating a whole lot of turkey legs.
Yeah, Chuck barfs. Sorry, everybody.
That's the one. There's a lot of bones in there. It's a little concerning.
Yeah, does
Eating
Chuck,
the bones?
is Chuck eating the bones? Don't do
No,
that.
the scary thing is, no, he isn't. That's what
He isn't. That's so we don't know where the bones are coming from.
Oh, he's barfing bones?
Yeah, that's what,
But we don't know where the. But I am not allowing
Teddy's
this.
gonna like
This
pat
shall
his
not
back and
stand.
just look at all the youths of the group and say, "Don't age." And it's
don't.
like it's a crazy, crazy time.
This Chuck stops like, this is what'll happen when you're me, and then just continue.
Alex is like, that's not how any of that works.
Just can't handle tryptophan like I used to. Tryptophan is the sleepy one, right?
Sure, I don't know.
It
Oh
is.
my
Yeah,
God.
tryptophan is the amino acid that makes you sleepy. That's all up in turkey.
Yeah.
Look, dog,
But
I'm a
it's-
biologist.
It's not in turkey in higher quantities. It's the reason you get sleepy, or like not in massively higher quantities compared to like chicken or anything. It's just the amount of food you eat on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you just eat so much more.
We need a gift.
And never say you don't learn anything from Turntables RPG. Well, thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks
The
for
more you
coming
know.
in, y'all. Now that we've given you some wisdom, you can
See
leave.
you next
Don't,
week.
Just kidding. Please don't go. Please don't leave me. I'm so lonely.
Also, we really, really need to gift the look dog. I'm a biologist. just putting that out there.
Thank you. So, in order to further our story along here, I think that with a little bit more walking and talking, and Teddy gets filled in by Apophis's strange dream, you come upon the tarot reader's tents, and there are a couple again, and there is the reader, one of them, the one. You see the reader who read your cards last night. And at the moment, she is reading for a young woman, very animatedly.
Apophis is just going to like sit on a bench in the area, trying to be nonchalant and probably failing miserably, but trying to just be like, I'm gonna wait for a tarot card reader, just a specific one. No need to ask why.
You just she looks up from her desk and all she sees is
Yeah.
But you, Bob's inches closer every time she looks away.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And
my greatest fear happened, and I was not wearing slippers, and these are very slippery socks, so it took more effort to get back to the desk.
Can someone who is faster at editing pictures do the Photoshop, like the I had to do it to him guy with like Apophis's head, and the caption is like, when you're trying to be sneaky? I don't know.
yes.
There's no reason that I don't make memes frequently. It's because they're not always funny. They just happen. Okay. So I think, are you just sitting around with the intention of like being able to talk to this tarot reader again, or are you just intending to like watch them as the day goes on?
I think Apophis kind of intends on just watching, and then kind of I think the tarot reader kind of keeps looking at him, just being like and realizes he should probably talk to her, or like probably not gonna mention his dream, but at least pretend to be here for tarot reasons, and not I had a dream about you and you died in the dream, and I'm also magical, and so I think you might die in real life.
Okay, so Apophis is trying to, as nonchalantly as a 10-foot long snake creature can be, stealth for a bit. Chuck, Teddy, and Alex, are you going to sit and kind of wait and watch as well, or are you doing something else?
I think Chuck's gonna be like, should I go get my fortune read?
Yes, absolutely.
I'd be really I think it'd be very funny to see what they'd have to say to me.
Yeah, I mean, why don't we all do it? I think it.
Yeah,
perfect.
Just give us some time here.
Yeah. Just make sure that you ask them to describe the card that they've drawn for you.
Yes, of course I will. That was what I was going to do. I'm very well known for being an English major. I'm very well versed in tarot cards. Then he shrugs and walks up.
Can I convince Trevor to come help me read tarot? Can I summon him from the other room? We'll see. So my question to you all then is, I think that there are 3 tents, and I think Apophis points out to you all that the woman sitting at the table in the middle one is the one that read the fortune last night. But there are 2 others. Are you lot going to try to get your fortune read specifically by her, or are you not caring who you get a reading from?
My one question would be, if we go into one of these other tents, can we still see into the other tent? Like, is it more kind of like a open canopy with like 3 spaces to do the tarot card readings, or is it 3 separate tents so we couldn't actually like see the tarot reader in question?
They are 3 separate tents,
Okay.
but the fabric that's kind of between them is sheer.
Okay.
So you can see through, but not enough to like see what the other cards are. You can still kind of hear what's happening.
More like silhouettes.
But all of the tarot, pardon?
More like silhouettes then, like through the sheer fabric.
Yeah, silhouettes, and you can kind of hear what they're saying, but not to, all of the tarot readers seem to have kind of like a breathy, quiet vibe to them because they want to seem mystical and magical. And so you don't know how much you can hear or see exactly, but you know it's not going to be as clear as if you were just looking straight at them.
Okay, gotcha. I think Teddy wouldn't mind going to like one of the other tents. It was just primarily trying to figure out like if she collapses, Teddy would probably want to see it. I guess if that makes sense.
Okay.
Not saying that
I
she
think
will collapse, but like covering bases.
Alex will specifically wait for that one just because he's going to be giving her kind of a visual examination while it's going on. Like, so.
Yeah, I guess if all 3 of us are going to a different tarot card reader, I guess Chuck will go to the one that hasn't been gone or called by anyone else.
Why don't we do Chuck's reading first?
Perfect.
I just wanna. That one seems like the most fun to me.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Is there like a random tarot card generator on the interwebs?
Oh, I'm sure there is, but I think there are definitely like apps and things.
What Chuck sits down. I wonder if I will get the Fool, meaning innocence, new beginnings, free spirit, or the Empress, motherhood, fertility, and nature. Maybe I will get the Chariot, which is direction, control, and willpower. So many tarot cards, so many meanings.
This is.
I'm sorry, I'm like spacing out because I found a generator and I clicked on a random card, but it doesn't tell me what it means. So it's just
Perfect.
a card.
Well, if you tell me the name, I can provide you the,
So it's
the
like,
explanation.
so it's like the tarot reader like shows the card and Chuck is the one who starts like telling his own fortune.
Chuck is just like, yo, oh my, it is the devil card, meaning addiction, materialism, and playfulness. What could this mean to me?
Good. I don't know what's happening.
If you want, we don't have to be specific.
No, you know what? This is what you asked for, and since I'm keeper, I control the law. So,
Okay.
Chuck sits down, and a slightly older woman, wearing, very heavy makeup, is sitting at this table. Her nails are painted this very deep red, and they're long, and her fingers are just covered in rings of jewels. She turns to you and says, "Ah, you're quite a handsome lad. Would you like to get your fortune read today?"
Yikes. Wow. This is very awkward that you would say that to me. Yes, I do want to get my fortune read. Average person who is valid.
Why, thank you, darling. That's
Wow.
That's quite the compliment.
Get my card, please.
Hold on, guys. No, legitimately. It's been about 2.5 hours. How do we feel about taking our break now? And then I can actually have Trevor help me frantically look up some tarot stuff so I can make this have extra flavor. How does that sound to everybody?
Okay.
You're the boss.
Down.
It's almost
All right.
it's almost 2 hours.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Might as well,
So,
I mean.
cool. Let's go ahead and take our 15-minute break. I will come back and hopefully have learned frantically how to read vague tarot. And then we'll hop back into our mystery here.
Perfect.
Cool beans. We'll see everyone in 15 minutes.
You guys have
My name is Dr. Alexander Rose, and as hard as it may be to believe, I am a vampire. Well, at least partly. I don't even truly remember how this came about. You see, I had a problem with certain controlled substances. I was a user. I also gave freely out of the pharmacy connected to my clinic. There were many that I shared with. All of this culminated with one night, one bite, and my life changed forever. I'm now hunting for my sire, the one who turned me into this, and for any knowledge on my unique condition, while trying to fix the life that I found myself in. I fight the urges. I work to try and make the world now a safer place for those like I once was, and for those like I am now. To prove my humanity remains, and that I'm more than monstrous.
My name is Anne Darelay, and it's lovely to meet you. For the bulk of my career, I've been a dating coach. This has been a bit contentious for my parents, who think that there are more respectable paths for me to take. What's important to me is that I'm helping people. That's not what got me to where I am now. One day, I stirred from a nap with a message from an unseen deity looping through my head. The apocalypse is coming, it said, and it is your duty to ensure it comes to pass. Something inside me had woken up. As silly as it sounds, I had powers. A year has passed, and I'm no closer to learning the origin of these powers, or bringing about the end of days at that, but I've still found a way to put them to good use. If you ask politely, I'll still give you tips on flirting with the beautiful stranger at the bar. But if they turn out to be a shapeshifter, then I'll be the one to take them out.
I am the head of Apophis, the Egyptian snake god prophesied to swallow the sun and bring about the end of the world. I was summoned from my slumber about 20 years ago by a group who didn't understand the weight of their actions, by a group that failed to acknowledge my power. And so I was split. I should have been risen as a horrifying, monstrous snake, large enough to swallow the sun, but instead I'm just the head of one. As I wondered, contemplating the life I now had before me, this form couldn't bring about the end of days, I began to appreciate the world around me and see what it had to offer. The apocalypse is my destiny, but I'm not sure it's the future I really want.
The name's Chuck Duval, though some people might be more familiar with my old work title, the Silencer. You could say I was a hitman. I used to take out anyone for the right price, be it people or monsters. How many people I killed is a secret between me and God. I've been retired for the past couple of years, but things change. Retirement got boring, and I don't have that much time left to waste doing crossword puzzles in between my daily dose of Vicodin. So might as well use it to silence a few deadbeats on my way out.
1 second, folks. Recalibrating the sonic rifle. Almost there. Hot damn! Oh, shit. Oh, I apologize. Let me introduce myself. My name is Theodore Ulysses Franklin. You can call me Teddy. Born in good old San Antonio, Texas, back in 1959. My mama was Mexican, my daddy a cow rancher, and sí, hablo español. After graduating from MIT with various degrees, I delved into some of the fringe sciences. There, I discovered the existence of the supernatural, and I realized my purpose: researching the unexplained and protecting normal folks from the terrors in the dark. My savings went into building old techs, my mobile base of operations, out of the scraps of a 442 Atlantic steam locomotive. Old Tex and I travel across the country, fighting monsters, protecting people, and riding the rails.
too late.
We are back.
Hi,
Wow.
everybody.
And
How unprofessional.
our keeper is still in the process of. Oh, there she is. We're back.
There's only so frantically one can attempt to learn tarot, okay? Yes, welcome back. I am happy to have a part 2 of our mystery. A couple of things. The first is that Eric completed my request to make that Apophis meme, and it is beautiful.
Join our Discord to see it, and also the version I made.
Oh, excellent. I just saw Eric's version on Twitter. Look at the other one.
Oh, well, you can see Eric's on Twitter, but mine's a Discord special. So,
Excellent.
join the Discord.
These are
Discord, you say?
Yes.
We really need to get a bot.
Yeah.
If only there was a link.
Never. A couple of things before we jump back in. If anybody has joined now and was not here in the very beginning for announcements, I just want to reiterate that the music that has been playing in the background this whole time is by the Swiss composer Adrian von Ziegler, and all of our art is made by Patrick Costa. I always point in the wrong direction, whose tags are at PCInc_, I believe.
Yes.
So, now that we are back, oh boy.
Hoo boy.
Oh boy. Okay. So
So I don't think I'm going to get my fortune told, actually, after all.
Oh my god. We've
you
all
break
decided
my
that we
heart.
don't want to do tarot cards anymore. Is there
It's
is
We
there
want
any
to
time.
other
palms read.
Yeah, could you have our palms read instead? And please be accurate.
Okay, everybody, we're going to be taking another 15-minute break. You're all joking, right?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Okay, I just want to make sure before
What a
I
gaffe.
go on some kind of other ramble. You guys are really, really funny, and I love it a lot.
Thank you.
Truly blessed to be existing on this day.
Mhm.
I think that we decided that that Chuck is going to get his reading done first by
Yes.
an older woman with what I consider the best Irish accent I can pull out of my brain at this time of day.
Perfect. Yeah.
So,
I love
Chuck?
your Australian accent.
oh, why, thank you. And what's your name?
Chuck Duval.
Ah, Chuck. I'd like for you to think...
Wait, hold on. You're not a fairy, are you? I might have just made a mistake.
Legally, I have to ask.
Legally, you have to tell me if you're a fairy.
These poor tarot readers, man, they really don't get paid enough, do they? She laughs and she says, "Ah, lad, if you would like to speak with some fairies, we do have a fairy forest, but, you know, they are just folk in costume."
Oh, okay, cool.
hate to
Because
break it to you.
I've had the worst week regarding fairies. I won't get into it because I don't. That's not your job.
I'm gonna break the fourth wall real quick. Did you Photoshop a duffel bag full of turkey legs?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Did you do this?
What are you talking about? Do you mean like?
You guys have broken me. I'm broken. There's no saving me from this eternal torment.
What do you mean? Would you like a turkey leg?
Are you actually offering it to the reader?
Yes.
Lad, you know, where I come from, that's the step beyond take me out to dinner first. Keep your turkey legs to yourself.
Wow, you took this in a weird place.
I'm not the one who offered a turkey leg to someone.
I
who
have
never met
literally a
before.
duffel bag full of turkey legs. This is
And that's
not
what
a.
I like about you.
Oh, jeez. Just give me my card reading, please. I'm very flustered.
Now that you're willing to focus, Chuck, I would like you to think of a yes or no question for me. And
Okay.
speak it to me aloud, please.
Oh gosh. Um. Oh geez, I instantly want to go really uh, like deep with this, but that's not. I don't think that's what Chuck would do. I think okay. I think Chuck would say, um, "Is there a big ZDs near here?"
Please tell me that in your research, Masha, you have discovered a tarot card that is specifically about the distances and locations of fast food chains.
The tarot reader giggles and pulls out her cell phone and Googles nearest big ZDs. Just
Thank
kidding.
you. Perfect.
You guys don't have service here. You're too far out of the
Google
way.
Maps.
Oh,
Oh, I was gonna say I like her.
Oh, now you don't like her? Okay. She's just doing her job.
Alex now hates her for not taking out her phone and looking up big ZDs.
Ye old big ZDs. Also, you say this as a joke, but I thought about including something like that. But Chuck found his duffel bag full of chicky legs anyway. Turkey legs, excuse me.
Okay.
She laughs and she says, a fine eating establishment. Let me see what the cards have for you.
Oh, perfect. The cards can tell me where the big ZDs is. This is better than Teddy's phrase.
And it's supposed to be a yes or no question. She's just rolling with it, okay? She pulls out a card, and on it you see a big tower. The 4 of ZDs. God. I have to hide chat from myself for the next like 20 minutes. The tower. Typically this card means pride, disaster, inevitability. My question to you, young lad, is do you find yourself thinking of this location often? Do you find yourself there frequently? Just a place that you go, a place that seems that you always end up.
Weirdly enough, even when I'm not there, I'm there.
Ah. That's interesting, lad. And I realized that my accent turned into Achilles and Hades a little bit for some reason. I feel like that's what I sound like. And I think we're going to hop over to Teddy's tent, which is, the furthest one away from Chuck's. And for the sake of time, I think that you are all getting your readings at about the same time, give or take a minute or two. And Teddy, there is another young woman there reading your fortune. She is a redhead. She is probably in her 30s. She is 5'4.5" You did ask me for everybody's heights, right? That was you.
Mm-hmm.
That was Dustin.
That was me actually.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, never mind. Forget what I
wanted
said.
to know what
I
their
want her
zodiac
name.
was.
She shakes your hand and tells you that her name is Harmony.
Well, that's a lovely
And
name,
yours?
miss.
Oh,
You can call me
thank
Teddy.
you. Oh, lovely to meet you, Teddy.
So how do we? This is my first time getting a reading. How do we do this?
Oh, well, why don't we keep it as simple as we can?
Sure.
I would like for you to ask a yes or no question, and I am going to draw a card out of my pile here, and I will let you know what it means. Now, something I will say is this is up to interpretation.
That's fair. Most scientific theory is too. So, is a yes or no question to you or for me?
For yourself, I mean, whatever question you'd like answered, but typically people ask about crushes, about their future.
Will my daughter ever forgive me? Let's go, keeper.
um,
I just asked for big ziti's. This guy's over here.
um, she sighs and gives you a bit of a worried look, but smiles and says, "Okay, focus on your question and let me see what the cards say." She puts her deck down and she flips over the top one, and it is the lovers. And she giggles a little bit and she says, "Now I know what you might be thinking. Lovers doesn't mean that. The lovers is a card that typically falls under conflict, union, and harmony. I find that a lot of people who go through a lot of turmoil emotionally seem to draw this card more frequently than others. The nice thing here is whatever conflict you're experiencing, do you feel like it's taking a turn? Do you feel like your reflections on your relationships with friends and family have been changing?"
Well, uh, I've been, I've kind of been going through a phase of self-reflection, in my later years. I find that with the passing of my wife, I've had a lot of time to think about the kind of father that I've been, um, the decisions that I've made, and how that's impacted my family, things of that nature. I think um, more so than ever before, I'm more than willing to have a more, uh, I guess, in-depth conversation about the past and decisions made and how to move on from, or how to really, I guess, resolve those conflicts and heal those wounds and really kind of come to terms with how to move forward for what's best for the family. However, it's a question of whether or not my daughter wants to have that conversation with me.
Well, with the card that I've drawn for you, it seems like the way that you're moving is the right direction. And I think we will jump now to Alex, who shortly after Chuck and Teddy are seated is called over by the tarot reader in the middle.
He approaches and sits down and, hello?
"Hi. Let's get down to it, shall we?"
Sure.
Um, this, I think I've already described her, but you see this, short, dark-haired, younger woman surrounded by these tapestries, again, kind of jeweled. She looks at you for a long moment, and she looks down at her cards, and she flicks her hand open, and 3 cards spill forth, one after another, laying out on the table. And she looks at them a little bit and looks back at you. They're all in the suit of swords. That's interesting. All those cards, they're related to capability and intellect. You must be an intellectually driven young man. You strike me as someone who has a lot of information that others don't. And do you keep a lot of secrets, Alex? Let's see what else we have. The first card, the 9 of swords. Anxiety, hopelessness. There's a lot in your past that scared you. There's a lot in your present that scares you too, isn't there? You're not quite sure how you're going to maintain yourself. The next one, 10, reversed, interestingly enough, represents rejuvenation, an inevitable end. I don't think I have to say any more about that one. I think that you already know. The third one. The 5. Interesting. You'd think that this would be a reading for me, not for you. The 5 of Swords represents an unbridled ambition, the yearning to win at all costs. You're welcome to join me, you know. And she stops and she leans back, and with a flick of her wrist, all of the cards fold back over. Their backs are facing you.
W- n- Now, he reaches up and he takes off his mask at this, and like, if a vampire can blush, he's doing it, and his face is like just bewildered at this point. So is mine, because I was of course thinking of a question that Alex would ask, and you answered the question he would ask anyway with your witchery. So everyone, Anne is a witch, or not Anne, Masha specifically is a witch. Burn her at the stake. Don't do that. Don't actually do that. But anyways, join you. Who are you?
I'm. And she thinks for a moment. I'm Dina. Just a tarot reader. I work these fairs as they go through towns.
Yeah, you. Uh-huh. Listen, you know what I'm asking. I'm not asking if you are a tarot reader who sometimes sits in a Renaissance fair. You know about me. There's no way you can make a reading like that without doing so.
I think trying to get the information that you're looking for, I'm gonna have you investigate a mystery.
Okay, I will do
Please
this.
go
then.
ahead and roll plus sharp.
Okay. That is going to be 8. So a mixed success, which gives me 1, right?
Imagine if Chuck was the one who got to talk to this person.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing.
Like, that did not answer where Big Zeddy's is.
Yeah.
Yes, so as a reminder, for Investigate a Mystery, we have the questions: what happened here? What sort of creature is it? What can it do? What can hurt it? Where did it go? What was it going to do? And what is being concealed here? On Alex's mixed success, he can ask me one of those.
There's 2 that I could go with. I will pose a question to the party here. Or I will talk out loud, rather, and the party can listen. So the 2 that I'm thinking between are, what sort of creature is it? Because he specifically asked her, who are you? And I feel like he's trying to get to the bottom of what the creature, what she is, how she's doing this. But I feel like similar information could be found with what is being concealed here. But is she really concealing things? Like, that's the question.
If it helps, in any case, I will give you something useful information. And I think that to help you lead into this, now that he has his mask off and he is kind of watching Dina's mannerisms, he can tell that something about her is just a little bit off.
Okay,
She's exuding some weird vibes, I guess you could say.
Then what is being concealed here, Keeper?
So, you ask her once who she is. She gives you her answer. You ask her again, And for a moment, her smile breaks. And then she smiles again. And doesn't offer you an answer. But she doesn't get up either. She is exuding an energy that you can feel. And you have already said it. You know that there's no way that she could know these things about you. And I think what happens as you sit there watching her for a little bit longer, something about her changes suddenly. And Apophis, I think that you would see this too. In a blink of an eye, a spectral form leaves her body. And it is not the form of the woman who sits before you. As it does, it laughs and dissipates, and Dina collapses on her table.
Of course. He's going to quickly check Dina's vitals. Like, he's going to reach over, check for a pulse, check for fever, check anything like that. Just really quick that he can... Like, he's going to rip his gloves off and, like, really get in there. The vibe check killed her.
Yeah, I'm laughing at the vibe check killed her. I know this is a serious moment, but man, that really killed me. Is there a roll that you make for that? Or is that...
I mean, I could roll
Like,
investigate mystery again, I guess.
Well, I mean, like, specifically, like, with your...
Does the medic move count towards that at all?
I mean,
that's what I mean.
That's up to you. The medic move doesn't specifically say anything about that. I wish it did, because it would be cool to have a doctor move. But the medic is specifically talking about making people better. Like, it's combat first aid, basically. Gotcha. It's a souped up version of first aid, because normally you can only do first aid once, but with the medic move, Alex can do it as many times as he needs to, and it's a bit more powerful than the regular first aid.
Gotcha.
Okay. I think that we'll play it this way. I think that with your question of what is being concealed here kind of carrying forward, Alex jumps into kind of doctor mode right away. You feel for her pulse, you listen for her breathing, you kind of go through your checklist of things to make sure that she's okay. And what you gain is that, of course, she's unconscious, so she seems kind of weak. But other than that, her pulse is a little bit low, but certainly not anything to immediately cause alarm. She seems to have just kind of fainted. But right now, she's okay. She's living and breathing.
Apophis.
I have a move called Tune In, where I can attune my mind to a monster or a minion. Can I try and do that? And Apophis is going to try and focus in on the ghost specter thing.
Sure. How do you think you would be doing that? Like, how would you focus in?
Apophis is going to see this specter kind of float out of Dina, and he is immediately going to close his eyes and kind of stretch his mind out, if that makes sense. He knows that he is a being of magic and chaos and all that good stuff, and this specter probably resides in that realm, and so it's almost like he's I thought of a cool way to describe it. So snakes don't really see with their eyes, they have heat sensors, and so what Apophis does is he closes his eyes, and since he is a snake person and has fine working eyes, he uses his the heat sensors in his nose and face to search for magic instead. So he's going to kind of close his eyes and try and sense the magical power of that creature, and once he like finds it, he's going to try and connect with it or meld his like magical energy with its magical energy.
I picture
Yeah.
the gemstone kind of pulsing in light while he's doing it.
Ooh,
Yeah.
extra fun. Yeah, roll for it.
All right, I rolled a 6 plus 2, 8. So on a 7 to 9, I hold 1. The questions are: where's the creature right now? What is it planning to do right now? Who is it going to attack next? Who does it regard as its biggest threat? And how can I attract its attention? And Apophis is going to try and figure out what it is planning to do right now.
So, Apophis, you kind of reach out. As you described, you are looking for this strange specter that you just saw leave the body of Dina, leaving her to faint at her table. You get the feeling, and let me read again the exact wording of that question. What is it planning to do right now? Okay. You aren't sure how this works, but you get the feeling that whatever this specter just did to Dina is going to happen to someone else. And as you focus, you can sense that not only will it happen to another person, but many others. You can't quite tell how many. And as you kind of unfocus, having gained this information, it dawns on you that this may have already happened to someone here as well.
All right, exciting.
I think once Dina has collapsed, Teddy has probably like gotten up, apologized to his tarot reader, and kind of like moved off to kind of like see if there's anything he can do to help Alex, or at least to kind of like calm people down who might have seen her collapse in any way, shape, or form, so that it's not like too crazy.
Didn't even remember Harmony's name after
That's
Masha went.
Harmony. I paused there for a second to remember it, but Saul has a terrible memory.
Yeah.
But
So we
Teddy
confirmed
would
that
have remembered.
He, like, Alex will say, "Can you go get some water?"
Yes, I can do that, and he will go find a spigot or a well if there is one in this property. I don't know how. I feel like Renaissance fairs are modern enough to have like water stations or something along those lines, so that people
Like a water
aren't
fountain.
being dehydrated yet.
So we confirmed that me and like we are able to see what happens in the other tent, or at least get like an idea. Like, oh, we see the silhouette of her, like, and hear her falling.
If you don't, Alex says something to you.
Like, oh
specifically.
hey, oh my gosh! Like,
Well, he's gonna say,
guys?
like he's gonna say Chuck, Teddy, like
Right.
Okay.
because he knows that you all were there to help too. So
Yes.
Okay. I think so I think Chuck stands up and is like, well, this has been very awkward. Goodbye, and then walks out. And then he goes to the tent and is like, okay, what's going on? He looks at the girl and is like, oh my gosh, what did you do?
Can you go find like some
Do you
kind
want
of
a turkey leg?
clean towel or something, please?
Okay. And then he I guess he goes to find a towel.
And I think at this point as well, the other two tarot readers notice that their, friend is no longer speaking, and they both come over as well. Pardon. And Harmony says, "Oh, babe, not again. Gosh. She always faints when it gets too hot." And then she kind of just like starts fanning Dina with her hand.
This has happened before?
A couple of years ago, it was a remarkably hot summer, and Dina refused to take her lunch break and just hadn't had enough water that day. It's not that hot out now, but I don't know. When you faint once, I feel like it's easier to faint again. Is she okay? Did she seem flushed when you spoke with her?
Flushed? No. Um, she was giving me a very good reading, and then we had a small conversation, and she collapsed.
Oh, the poor thing. Oh, we should get some water. I'm gonna go get some water for her.
I've got someone on it.
Oh, that's very kind of you. Do you mind, just giving her space? I've known her for years, and no offense, you're a stranger. I'll take care of her, but I'll certainly take whatever water is brought when one of your friends comes back.
Teddy definitely comes back with like 3 different of those like cone paper cups, you know, and he's like kind of like he has like 2 of them in one hand and like one of them in the other hand. He's kind of like trying very carefully not to splash any of them as he kind of like steps back into the tent. I got the water.
Good, sit it down. I am a doctor. And
you can't set cone cups down.
I
Yeah,
can't.
I'm like, dig holes in the ground, set them.
I think actually if we can retcon, Teddy, as you like shamble around trying to get water, you are briefly stopped by one of the people around who seems to be like an information giver. They're still in guard, but they all wear these like patterned armbands that are basically like, hey, if you need help, come talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
And they offer you an empty like tankard kind of thing off of their belt and help you pour the cups of water in there and send you on your way. So you do have a way of setting your water down.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to add as much flavor to our Run Fair mystery as possible.
No,
I
that's
should
all
be
good.
drinking from my tankard right now. I don't know what I'm up to.
I like the tankard better. But yes, Teddy's instead of the paper cups, we'll just like rewind, and he comes in with the big tankard filled with nice chilly water. I got the water.
I think Chuck comes in a little bit later and is like, I stole these from people playing with swords.
Stole what?
The towels.
Oh.
Okay, those are
They're
tabards.
wallets.
general.
Those are tabards, but it works, I guess.
I don't. Okay. He hands them to you.
Yes, Teddy will set down the water like kind of on the table, or hands it to Harmony, but he will kind of just like step out of the tent in order to not have everyone kind of like crowded inside.
Yeah, so again, Harmony kind of has this expectation that you know, all of you are gonna leave and just kind of let her take care of her. Let Harmony take care of Dina.
Right. I am a doctor. And like he's like looking up at her like expectantly, but I'm, you know.
That explains your foresight. Is there something that you can help her with? So I don't know.
I have turkey legs.
Smelling salts or something that you can give her?
There is salt on my turkey legs.
I
mean,
have this image
sm-
of this passed out young woman and this like leg just like flaking with turkey skin, like trying to like wake her up or something.
Waving a turkey leg under someone's nose, like, wake up, come on.
Hang on. And he does kind of dig around in his first aid kit for some smelling salts, and he pulls them out, and then he looks up at her at Harmony for just a second before cracking the salt and kind of like waving it around underneath Dina's nose.
We're
It's really bad.
We're in like the passed out fortune teller's tent, correct?
Yes, and I
Are there
think
like
that
are there like personal items around here?
explain. What do you
I
mean?
so I mean I think what I'm trying to say is like to the keeper at least is oops. Um
I see.
just
What?
trying to see
Um,
what I find.
Chris,
What?
for the sake of the audience, will
Yeah.
you please tell us what oops is?
Okay, hello. My name is Chuck Duval. I took a power from the mundane playbook and which is called oops. Basically, what that means is uh if you want to stumble across something important, tell the keeper. You will find something important and useful, although not necessarily related to the immediate problem.
Perfect.
um,
So oops.
so let me think about that for a moment. I am going
Okay.
to remedy what Alex is doing first. And I think I love oops so much. The goofiest move on the planet. Um, so I think Alex, you put the smelling salts under Dina's nose. Her eyes kind of open and close a couple of times before she regains her consciousness. She looks at you and immediately is terrified. She is are you like holding her? Are you just kind of like looming over her? Like what is the positioning here?
I mean, he's not. I imagine that there was a table between them, so he's
Okay.
not. Yeah, like he's not like holding her like a little babby or whatever. But um, like
Bye.
he's probably used the
bed
things
frame.
that Chuck stole to like create a pillow under her head to give her
Mm,
kind of some elevation, um, and like the water's there, but he's not like cradling her or anything.
okay. Um, so when she opens her eyes fully, she looks at you and her eyes suddenly grow even larger. And she jolts with a start and she says, "Whoa, oh my god, who are you?" And in her jolt, she nearly faints again. In fact, um, Harmony, who's behind her, catches her as it seems that her body really doesn't have the energy to keep her upright. And she looks at you a little bit longer, takes a deep breath, sees your plague doctor mask on the table, and just kind of, oh, right, I'm the Renaissance Fair. You are in costume. Um, what happened?
We were talking and you fainted. I was hoping that
Um,
maybe you could tell me that. I'm a doctor, so I was hoping to maybe see just to make sure that everything is okay.
um, I don't remember giving you a reading. I'm sorry. I've fainted before. It can affect my memory sometimes, but oh, that big guy over there, and she points to Apophis. She's like, I gave him a reading yesterday, but I don't see anyone else around here immediately who I've given a reading to recently. And oh, Harmony, hi, I'm sorry.
Yeah, she said that this has happened before. Um, do you have fainting spells
Um,
quite often?
no, not particularly. It was hot a couple years ago, and I didn't take my lunch break, and sometimes we on the cast, we have a couple meads before our shift, and you know how it goes. Dehydration.
Sure. Is that what happened this time?
I I don't know. I've been a lot better at keeping hydrated, but um yeah, I don't know. I maybe I think I had breakfast this morning.
Okay, and what is the last thing that you remember?
Let me see. So it's about, and she like pulls her sleeve back. It's 10 o'clock. Well, let's say it's about 8 or 9, actually. You guys have been up pretty early, and since this is a 24/7 thing, um, things start early and the sun sets pretty early, etc. And she says, well, I got up, I made myself a little bit of breakfast, chatted with my friends. I posted up here at about 7:30. Um, she looks at her watch again. And that's the last thing I remember, but I haven't been asleep for an hour and a half, have I?
Mm.
I would have hoped someone would take me to the infirmary tent by then. Otherwise, this is really embarrassing.
No, you just fainted in front of me. I see. You should go to the infirmary tent. Let them give you a full check out there. They probably have more information than I do. Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's probably for the best. Harmony, can you take me? And Harmony agrees, and Harmony kind of picks her up and gives her support, and they start walking away, in the direction of the infirmary tent.
Okay.
Apophis is going to try and kind of sneak around Gina and Harmony's tents to try and see if he can find any sort of spells or like binding rituals or like I was gonna say magical artifacts, but like they're in a Ren fair, there's probably gonna be a lot of fake magical artifacts, so like any real magical artifacts.
I appreciate that you decide to the word use is Apophis sneaks around, even though
Yeah.
Apophis is like stands 2 heads or like really 3 heads taller than anyone else, but they're like trying to Scooby Doo their way or like Kronk their way, like
Yeah.
And Alex is going to, as discreetly as possible, follow to make sure that those two actually go to the infirmary tent.
Okay.
Like, he's not going to follow them in or anything, but he is going to follow them to the infirmary tent just in case.
Okay. First, I think that it is important for me to address Chuck's oops.
Oops.
And the image that we get, I think, is, everybody is kind of doting over Dina. Chuck is doing his best to be helpful, offering turkey legs.
Yeah.
And as Dina and Harmony get up and start walking away, he notices that a couple slips of papers kind of slip out of her pocket, and they are 4 front row VIP seats to the joust this afternoon.
4?
There are 4 of you, right?
Yeah. How convenient.
Let's say it's 5. Maybe Anne will join you.
Maybe.
You don't have to choose who your favorites are.
Chuck sort of like waits for them to leave and is like, guys, I think I know what we're doing this afternoon.
And let me think. And so, okay, we've got a couple of things going on. Alex is following them to make sure everything is okay. And Apophis is kind of sneaking to the best of their ability kind of around these tents. I will say that the third tarot reader, who I don't believe gave a name, is still there. She's on the outside of the tents, kind of like calming down the crowd, kind of like telling people that it's okay that she faints sometimes, or taking her to the tent. That Harmony will be back, and that she is still there to do some readings. So I think that for the most part, Apophis, you're able to kind of sneak around to look for things. The third reader just doesn't have a name. Yeah, exactly. Thanks, chat. It's Janine.
I was picturing as Saoirse with her accent. Nice Celtic name.
Well, it's too late. She's
Janine, she is.
So you look around and you don't find anything magical. In fact, you don't really find anything fake magical either. There are, of course, props and things. There are a couple of different tarot decks, a couple of tapestries, and, just things around the walls and things like that, but nothing is immediately standing out to you as having actual magical flair to it. You are welcome to spend a little bit more time looking around a little bit longer, but that will certainly draw the attention of Janine, and that is up to you if you kind of want to be caught snooping around.
I think Apophis is not going to care about getting caught. He'll think of some excuse or just be like, I'm a giant snake person, you can't tell me what to do. Probably the first one, but it'd be cool if he did the second one. Yeah, so he's gonna keep snooping around.
Okay. So thinking. So I think as Apophis continues kind of rifling through things, eventually their little beetle arms, their gobbledy black insect arms, I'm so sorry, just imagery in my head of beetles crawling everywhere, lay hands on that deck that Dina used to read Alex's tarot, and immediately Apophis feels again that connection that they had with the monster when they used their spell a couple of minutes ago. And with that, I think I will actually allow you... I will put it this way. I will allow you to ask another question from that list, but you will have to roll act under pressure to do it.
Right, I will do that.
Only if you want to.
Not super great at act under pressure, but could be worse. 2 and 6 is 8, plus 1 is 9. So 7 and 9 I hold 1. I'm gonna go with who is it going to attack next?
Okay. So
I know it's going to attack someone next. I know that Dina is not its only victim, and Apophis wants to try and help as many people as he can.
Okay. So you get the feeling that you are kind of shifting through space and time. And again, you lay your hand down on this deck, and you see through the eyes of a performer. And you see a hand, and you see a sword, and that sword is coming towards you. In fact, it is going into your mouth. You hear applause and cheer surround you as this sword goes down your throat seamlessly. And then you are kind of shunted back into your reality. Janine rounds the corner and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" This is just went real Scottish. Oh my god. I'm terribly sorry. What are you doing in my swamp?
Oh, no,
If you could
lad.
change your fate, would you?
Would you?
My mum turned into a bear. Oh no.
We're
This
so
is so
sorry.
scary. Sorry, any Scottish gays in the chat.
I
Oh
don't
no.
know. Oh no. I don't remember how to
Oh
do Irish.
no.
It's gone. It's gone now. But Janine like pulls back the curtain and she's just like, Lass, excuse me? My brain is just on full break right now. You gotta go. This is not okay for you to be snooping around here. I will go and get authorities if you continue to mess with my friend's things.
Now that Apophis has the information they want, he is going to say, My that was like a dark Kermit voice.
I've cursed you. I'm sorry.
My apologies. I was simply admiring the art of your friend's tarot deck.
I'm trying to find the rainbow connection. Please tell me where it is.
Do you happen to know where it is from?
I need you to leave. Please go.
And Apophis is just going to leave. I was gonna try and manipulate someone, and then I was like, I can't do that.
You're more than welcome to try.
No, I cannot do that. I can't use manipulate someone until I prove myself to them first.
That's right.
Because I have the move called Freakish. I say it's a move. I get that. It's my curse.
And as you head out, Janine calls after you. If I see you by these tents again, I will not hesitate to have you kicked out of this place. So visit any other merchant you'd like, but not us, please.
I knew this lady was whack.
And Apophis just gives her a awkward wave. Because he's got two forms.
That's she doesn't wave back, and she, as you leave, she kind of sits back down in her tent, waves over the next willing participant, accepts their payment, and flips over some cards and continues on with her work. We can flip back to Alex now, and you specifically are trying to follow these two to the, there's a lot of twos in that sentence, to the infirmary tent, correct?
Yes.
How are you doing that? How are you trying to kind of stay hidden, sneaky?
He's probably leaving the mask off because it kind of makes him stand out more than even with it off. But he's got his hood up, so he's like, I picture him wearing kind of like a hooded robe that he kind of wears. So he's got a dark hood up over his head, and he's just kind of blending in with other people who have hoods on, like just moving maybe from tent to tent as he follows them, at least until he can't really do that if the infirmary tent is like away from other places. But he's just like, if you've ever played Assassin's Creed, like how they blend in with the different crowds and stuff like that. He's just kind of like jumping from crowd to crowd, like doing his best.
Okay. Yeah, I think that you are able to kind of do that no problem. They're not particularly worried about your existence. You follow them all the way to the infirmary tent. And I know that you are focused on them, but it's hard not to be distracted by the stages that you pass by and the performers who are currently on them. You pass by and take note of a couple of them. There is a troupe that is reciting Midsummer Night's Dream by Shakespeare. They seem to have taken a bit of a modern twist on it, as modern as you can get at a Renaissance fair, which is none. They are not using full Shakespearean language because there are plenty of young people at the fair who can't seem to understand that. You also
Found the
pass
fairies.
by. Pardon?
I found the fairies.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
You additionally pass by a sword swallower, for whom the crowd is very large and very raucous. You notice that they are currently swallowing a very large sword. Their assistant has a sword that is currently on fire. Seems a little dangerous, but that's kind of what these guys do. And third, you pass by someone who is currently doing a comedy act. They are called Mop. You don't quite know why, but they are currently juggling a bunch of fruits and taking bites out of them intermittently as they reach their hand. So you notice all of this as you're kind of passing by. You are now kind of in front of the infirmary tent. You see the two women go inside. It's not all that hidden away. You can tell that Harmony is kind of briefing the EMT that's there on what happened, and you notice as well. I'm giving way more detail than is necessary. That the EMTs there are actually some of the only folks at this whole fair that are not in costume, presumably just to keep this whole thing safer.
Okay, so he's a little more comfortable now that she has gotten somewhere to seek help, even though obviously this wasn't a physical malady. Like, it could have physical problems with the body, but whatever it was seems to have left her, and he does not know the thing that Apophis knows about the Sword Eater. So he's going to head back to meet up with the group.
Chuck, Teddy, I think actually Chuck and Apophis were both kind of doing things during that time. Teddy, is there anything in particular you were up to while everybody was kind of sleuthing around? Or is there anything that you think you would be doing right now?
That's a wonderful question. I think so. Just because of like the canon that we've kind of set up in the past episodes. In episode 2, we talked about how because the train was shut down, Teddy's phone shut down, because that's how Teddy's phone is connected to the internet, is through old texts and things of that nature. Would Teddy still have access to his phone and the internet if old text is like stationed nearby? I will leave that up to the keeper to decide whether or not the internet would ruin this specific clue finding mission.
Well, why don't we put it this way? It will depend on what kind of information you're going to be looking for and how you're going to be searching for. Because then I can have you roll for it.
Gotcha. Then I think... Because Alex and Dustin remind me, did Alex say anything to us about the specter that left Dina's body, or did you just kind of like you immediately went into Doctor Zone and then like?
I feel like Alex has that problem
Mm-hmm.
where it's doctor time, and
Right.
Now Apophis was there though, so I don't know if Apophis said anything, but yeah, if it's time for doctoring, Alex is it's doctoring time. Like there's no
Sure. Yeah, that's fair.
Hulk smash Alex doctor.
Then I think because Teddy doesn't really have any information that would otherwise make him believe that this is not like heat exhaustion or something along those lines that happened in the tent. I think he would probably hang around with Chuck, just primarily from a standpoint of like, we should also like Alex just jetted off. Apophis is kind of no longer allowed at this tent. We should probably somewhat stick together in these kinds of situations. If anything from the last mystery has taught us, is we should probably all stick together as best as possible. So Teddy will just kind of hang around Chuck, and still have his fingers crossed that this is just going to be a super nice, relaxing Renaissance weekend.
Sure.
So yeah, I mean, I'm gonna leave kind of this next moment up to you. Apophis, you've had this kind of additional vision. Alex, you are on your way back to the rest of the party. What do you want to do?
Are we all like met up together now, or are we?
Sure, yeah. I think that time-wise that would work out. Alex returns back and sees the three of you kind of congregated, maybe chatting briefly. Take it away.
Apophis is going to share what he saw with the group, and then try and go find the sword swallower, and try and do his kind of like investigate around there, because he's trying to get kicked out of as many places as possible.
Oh.
No, because he wants to see if there's any sort of sigil or there's any sort of like connection object that he has a connection with in the same way he connected to Dina's tarot cards.
So you mentioned that you saw someone swallowing a sword, right?
Yes.
Okay, and there was loud cheers going on at the time.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Alex is like, and then after a moment, he's like, I saw this just here, go, and he just moves.
As they move, I think Chuck, if Chuck hears like this Shakespeare thing going on, he just scoffs and is like, "Oh my gosh, they're wrecking the original translation. I hate this."
They're wrecking who's it? What?
What? No, it's just I mean, the original work. I mean, come on. What? Everyone's trying to modernize things now with these reboots.
Well,
and
to
these
be
remakes.
fair, have you seen the adaptation of Romeo and Juliet with Leonardo DiCaprio? Because
The one with guns and stuff. Is that where they're gangsters? Really?
it's pretty good.
I mean, okay, sure.
Have you seen it?
I mean, I don't go to the movie theater a lot, but yes, I have been around. I have
Chuck,
been in
the
a
movie
room.
came out over 15 years ago. We can just get it on VHS.
What is
So
that?
my question to you guys is, are you stopped at the Shakespeare stage just having this discussion? Or are you like still running along on your way to the sword swallower?
I was imagining we're running by, and then Chuck like looks over and he sees these people, and he's like, "Oh my gosh, nonsense!" And then they keep going. And then while they're
Okay.
doing it, I'm like, "Don't they just keep the same words though in that version anyway? Like they don't. The only thing that's modernized is the scenes and the tools in which they use."
Yep.
So I think
Okay.
by this point in your discussion, sorry, not to cut you guys short,
No, it's fine.
you are running or jogging or maybe like shambling in Chuck and Teddy's case, you old man.
Wow.
Sorry. If Anne was here, I guess she could say that, but I'm Masha now. You do come across the large stage where you see a sword swallower. And as of right now, it's actually kind of hard to see him on the stage because everybody in the audience, which is not completely full because it's still early in the morning, but just about so, they are all on their feet. They are all like hooping and hollering. As you know, kind of in the distance ish, you can see the sword swallower with a sword currently down his gullet.
I feel if I tell him to stop, this could go bad.
What do you all want to do?
I have a quick moment of retconning / question asking, which is, how is Teddy the science guy and the guy with the AI train and all that, and still wants to get a VHS tape? Because
sometimes the simpler technologies are, you don't gotta fix them for anything.
Really? Is that what we're?
There is.
We're saying VHS is the pinnacle of video technology.
There is
Hang
deep like it's ingrained in our DNA. I would say the sound of a VHS like rewinding in and of itself, that we can't ignore as a society, and I really do think we should bring it back just in and of itself. Try and find some VHS players out there. Get
You know what?
yourself
You're
some
right.
VHS tapes.
Let me pull out my abacus and we can count the ways that
Speaking of bringing it back, what would you all like to do?
Chuck just turned and was like, do I grab the sword and pull it out? I don't.
Best not to do that. Not
I do have
doctor,
shaky
but I
hand.
know that there's a lot of stuff going on with the neck. You really don't want to fuck that up. So, probably best to leave that alone before. Yeah.
I mean, it's a trick. You know that, right? Like it's
Wait, don't tell me
Is it?
that.
yes, it is.
Because if I remember what you all just told me now, there could be some weird ass spirit controlling that guy right now. Who says it is a trick at this moment in time?
Are you telling me that wait, hold on. Are we saying it's normally a trick, like they aren't actually swallowing swords?
Anyways, we regardless, we need to find out what is going on here with this creature, with whatever this is. That's. I still don't. Anyway,
Can Apophis hurry and read a bad situation?
that means
Yeah.
yes.
So I'm
All right.
chewing.
Oh, 4 plus 5 is 9 plus sharp. Oh, I don't think I have good sharp. Is 8.
Oh, well, never mind. I was gonna be like, hey, I can help. Nope.
Yeah.
If it's 8.
So I get to hold one of what's my best way in, what's my best way out? Are there any dangers I haven't noticed? What's the biggest threat? What's most vulnerable to me? And what's the best way to protect the victims? And I'm going to go with that last one. What is the best way to protect the victims?
So it depends on who you consider to be the victims here. And I think that as you were looking at this scene, I want you to tell me who Apophis considers the victims. Like, is it the audience or is it the sword swallower on the stage?
Is the sword swallower on stage?
Okay. So, Apophis, now you having this kind of best connection to everything that's going on here, you watch this sword swallower, and of course you are the tallest, so it's the easiest for you to see over the heads of all these people. You focus in and bring yourself back to that kind of headspace of being connected to the monster. And you catch another glimpse, a little one, of seeing again through the sword swallower's eyes. And what Teddy was talking about reigns true. That while these sword swallowers are performing these feats, interrupting them is the worst possible thing that you could do, because unless Dustin is just messing with everybody, I thought that the actual sword goes down your throat and you like relax your. In any case, it would be bad. And so you gather that the best way to protect the victims is to allow this performer to finish what they're doing, and that's all. Like,
I looked
take
it
your
up.
next steps after that.
I looked it up. So the sword is going through the throat, but you're like it's not swallowing in the sense of you're swallowing it into the stomach. It's just getting as much of it is like relaxing your throat to like have
Right,
the
it
blade
doesn't go
in
all
your.
the way down,
No, it's just
I
in
would
your
hope. but
esophagus.
it's like, yeah,
Okay.
I
That's
hate it.
insane. Okay.
I've watched sword swallowers before at Renaissance fairs, and it makes my skin crawl because they hype it up really a lot. They're always like, "This could kill me, ha ha ha!" Gulp, and I'm like, "Please, don't do it." Elsa,
Okay, so should I grab the sword? Is that what we're doing? Is that the plan?
Uh,
We are Most definitely not grabbing the sword.
Should we just ask nicely if he will remove the sword from his throat?
I mean, I honestly don't see a situation where we don't let this play out.
Mm-hmm.
And but we we need to see this specter, and
Yeah.
if we can't stop this guy without something getting fucked up in the vital areas of his neck. So I feel like we just need to play it out. Maybe we should have some sort of plan in place for when the specter tries to leave. If it tries to leave, if it doesn't, then maybe we can catch him like after he's taken his break and like move to the back to drink some water or massage his throat or whatever.
Yeah.
But like,
I bet Chuck turns to Alex. How confident are you in a internal throat surgery?
The thing that I'm most concerned about is we remember what happened when it left Dina, right?
Oh no, you're right.
Right.
If he passes out with the sword in his throat.
Yeah, that's not going to be a good thing for anybody here.
So, okay, so here's the situation. I'm going to say this really quickly because I don't know how much time we have left. So, one, we have either we let this play out and hopefully he removes the sword from his throat and takes a break. Worst case scenario, spirit leaves his body and then as the sword is still in his throat and then he passes out and then his muscles tense onto the blade and then we have another problem. Third option is one of us try to remove the sword, which is a slippery slope of situations that could occur.
we could also try and maybe distract the crowd, and we can close in on him and try and, I don't know. I feel like probably the doctor would probably be best at grabbing the sword and extricating it without hurting him. Maybe Apophis can like hold him down.
Well,
but-
let's not squeeze too hard.
No, here's the thing. Literally, the best possible option that we have is to let this play out and hope that this creature does not leave his body while the sword is in his throat.
Okay, so my original plan then.
Yes, if we touch
Okay,
that
well,
sword
everyone.
while it is in his throat, we risk slicing him open, and then A, we've killed someone, and B, there will be police involved. So the only thing I can think of is to distract the crowd, only because that may cause him to pull the sword out quicker.
Okay, well then, everybody, take a turkey leg and sit and watch the show, I guess.
I'll pass on the turkey leg, thank you.
Yeah, they're very cold, he says as he takes a bite.
It sounded like Chuck was about to do something, and he was like, watch me work or something like that.
Enjoy the show, and then
Yeah.
he was gonna go up and grab the sword. Chuck goes up and starts swallowing a sword. Oh, no.
Question for the keeper. Can Apophis tell if the spirit is already like inhabiting the sword swallower?
Yes. I wasn't sure if there was another option. The vibe that you got was that you were kind of seeing through the eyes of the specter. And
cool.
so, yeah.
There
They're
goes my
in
plan.
there.
Never mind.
So, are you guys gonna let him perform?
I
Guess
guess
so.
so.
Guess
Oh,
so.
wait. No, I have a
Oh.
I have a magic. Can I try and use magic and to trap a specific person, minion, or monster and try and trap the specter in the performer? My brain's a little laggy today.
I think that you could try, but you understand that in the times that you've performed magic and you've seen magic performed, you know that it can be a very jarring thing. And so you know that if you fail or potentially like don't don't get whatever. If you don't do it perfectly, you feel like it could cause the same consequences your party has already talked about.
Yeah, if Apapa says that out loud, Alex will say that that's something that he thought of as well, but
Yeah.
it's probably best not to try that at this specific junction. Like,
What if? Sorry, finish.
I was just going to say, if this were a different person at a different time, where a sword was not down someone's throat, then maybe, but not now.
What if we get Anne to go up, grab the sword, angel wings away, and therefore take the sword with her?
Man,
Doesn't
so
that
much could
normally-
be solved. Where is she?
Anne could solve a
Doesn't-
lot of our problems.
Well, doesn't she normally take
Now
a
you know
step?
how special she is to the group.
Does anyone else think it's weird how every couple times we have a job, one of us just is conveniently not around? Weird how that is.
What are you talking about? I've been around the whole time.
I don't know, but are you
She's
though?
around. I mean, she's around.
No, but it's
Um,
weird that we before it's usually like 4 of us stay in a group, you know?
I mean, you could have invited me down with the weird Egyptian thing, but no, you left me in a morgue to get kidnapped.
Well, you were hanging out with that lady. I didn't want to make any
Yeah,
assumptions.
Okay.
You said you wanted to check out more about the corpse.
Yeah. We're all just sitting here arguing while the person is still swallowing the sword.
You all look up and he's just dead, and you're like, "Oh, what are you?"
Oops.
Ah,
Um,
darn. We don't get to check off that box.
We missed.
We did not
I
save
was
the
gonna
person.
kill him. Bummer. So, I think that honestly, in the time that it takes you all to talk about it, and for the record, Mars, I really like your idea. But like, it's literally one of the keeper moves to be like, you can tell them that there will be consequences to their actions, and I feel like this being a sword swallower, like,
I
you
thought
know that
about
the-
rolling for it still, but I have not been rolling great tonight, so.
Okay. So I think that what happens is you are all discussing with each other what to do, kind of glancing back and forth at this sword swallower. You notice that he pulls, the sword out of his mouth, breathes fire as a flourish, takes a bow, says thank you to the crowd,
Quickly grab him.
and reminds everybody that they can, buy his posters, offer him some money. The crowd is going absolutely wild. But it seems that Spike's performance is done.
We should probably move in now.
You think so?
Okay. Let's go then. It's party time.
What are you guys trying to do?
Do we surround?
Well, does he immediately after he addresses the crowd? Does he step off of the stage? Does he walk backstage somewhere? Does he, or is he still up there with his assistant?
He and his assistant are actually both walking in the aisles of the audience, collecting tips and offering sale of merchandise.
Okay.
So he's actually nearing you as we speak.
I spent all my money on turkey legs. I don't have anything.
Teddy's gonna kind of open up his wallet and make a big show of kind of rifling through bills.
Okay.
And he's gonna kind of turn to Apophis and Alex and say, if y'all are gonna do something magic-y, now's the time to do it. And he pulls out a $20 bill, closes his wallet, and kind of holds it in his hand, waiting for the
You're going to need more than that.
entertainer. He pulls out 3 other $20 bills and holds it in a
Wow.
wad in his hand. He's like, is that enough?
Wow, you
Oh,
really
oh.
like your money, I swear. I don't. So what's the plan? What are we doing?
If
Do
they're
I-
gonna
do I
do
do-
something magic-y, they gotta do it when he
Do I
comes up to
stab
grab
him?
the
What do
money.
I- what's the
No,
plan?
No, Chuck, no stabbing.
Okay.
No stabbing.
Okay.
He literally just stabbed his own throat and nothing happened to him, so we probably shouldn't do anything about that.
Okay. Do you?
The,
do
the
you want me to-
knives, they just go right through him. I
Just-
don't
I
understand.
don't understand.
Just-
What's going on here?
Let them get close enough and let's make sure that the spirit is still there.
I'm not
Do you want me to give him a
wasting
turkey leg?
$80 on if you want to find out if the spirit is there. Do something.
Oh, okay. I thought we were at 60. Okay.
No, I said. I
At
pulled
this
out.
point, he
Okay.
has noticed you have the money in your hand, nods at you, and he's He's still talking to people as he passes by them, but he is very much enticed by your hearty offer. So, in the words of Teddy,
Does-
if you're gonna do something magical, do it now.
Does he have like a bowl, like a tip bowl, or is he just taking hands, like just putting it in his pockets?
He's got like a wicker basket.
Okay. So is there a plan, or do we go with my plan and I don't describe my plan?
Apophis, are you ready?
Alex and Apophis are gonna do something as he's taking this money from me. That's the plan.
That's the plan.
Yeah.
And I will also give him things.
Do you have money?
I have something greater, and let's let
about
the
a
guy
knife?
come over.
Turkey legs, we could offer him
He's gonna give him a
Pain.
turkey, isn't
He,
All right,
Puts
he
a
is
turkey
reaching into
leg
the bag
inside
of
the
turkey
bag
legs.
Yeah.
full of money. This greasy turkey leg and just like
He puts it in the
Like-
basket, coats the money in grease.
he? Oh.
yes, Teddy's holding this money.
Okay, Spike, and you know his name is Spike because there was a big wooden carving of his name at the top of the stage, finally makes it to you, and he says, well, thank you very much for your kind donation. I'm glad you could come to my performance.
No, absolutely.
Chuck places the turkey leg.
Teddy like swats it away. He's like, no.
Oh,
Sorry about that.
I thought I was being nice.
You literally had us on the edges of our seat. Truly, a great performance. And he's gonna drop the money down in his basket.
It was almost magical.
He laughs and he says, well, if my throat didn't taste real gross from the lubricant I use on these swords right now, I would take that turkey leg, but hold on to it for me.
I could have gone without you describing how you lube your swords. I don't.
Nobody-
that kind of wrecked the
nobody-
magic for me.
Nobody likes a dry sword in their throat.
Oh, yikes. Yikes.
Masha.
Wow.
Go stand in the corner with Elsa.
Oh my god. Can we just. Are you a spirit or not? What's going on?
All right, Rochambeau, who's the keeper now?
All right.
As
Mars, is Apophis going to do anything? Like, is Apophis prepping a spell, or?
I am trying to figure out if Apophis should try and banish the spirit or curse, or trap the spirit or curse, because then we wouldn't have to keep chasing it around.
Alex views helping the people more than, so I know which one Alex is gonna choose if he's the one that casts the spell, but but Apophis said something first, so Apophis should get the first chance at deciding.
Mm-hmm. I'm actually. Can I use Tune In again and yeah, can I use Tune In again?
I think so. Yes.
All right. Then I'm going to use Tune In because I am not confident enough about what to do with the magic spells. So.
Well, then
Okay.
Alex is going to start preparing a spell himself. He's gonna pull out a little scalpel and slice his hand to get some blood out, and he's going to start preparing a spell.
Are you trying to do this sneakily?
Just out in the open starts cutting himself. Jesus.
just like walking towards this guy, cuts his hand, starts chanting.
Cuts his hand, goes. It's like, oh no, here we go again.
Yes, he's definitely not gonna be blatant about it.
Okay.
In fact,
I
he
think-
may start cleaning out from under his nails first, and then oops, slice my hand.
With a scalpel?
With.
Don't mind me.
You know
just
how
your-
sharp scalpels are, right? They are
Oh,
sharp.
Ooh,
I mean,
God. Oh, I just imagine accidentally cutting under your fingernail.
I've never
Ooh.
technically used a scalpel, but I imagine it's similar to an X-Acto knife.
Probably.
I have used a scalpel before. I've cut myself with a scalpel before. You don't even feel it because it's so
yeah.
sharp.
It's like
yeah.
X-Acto
wicked
knife
sharp.
times 3.
Okay.
Well,
I'm sorry, this is super gross, but
I mean,
when
I
I've
agree with
done-
you.
Alex
Go.
at this point, literally, like you could stab him with a one harm knife in the stomach, and he would ignore it because
Oh my god.
Alex is immortal now. Everyone, surprise!
Oh no.
What? Oh,
Yeah,
I was gonna be like, "What? We already knew that, but we didn't because it's a new move that Alex has taken."
it is.
So I think I will allow Apophis to do their move first, since they are trying to get into the mind of this creature. Go ahead and roll for it.
Oh no, that's a 5 plus 2 is 7.
Well, okay,
Hey,
could be worse.
That's not an
At
oh
least
no.
I passed. Passed?
Yeah.
That's not what it's called. Is it? I don't know. My brain's kind
You
of fried.
succeeded, even if it was mixed.
Yes.
And while you think about what question you want to ask, I will say, and I don't think we did this because I forgot about it. I think just specifically you, Apophis, get a +1 ongoing while acting on the answers. So, you probably already knew that, but I just wanted to mention it.
Yeah. I am going to ask, who does it regard as its biggest threat?
You get the feeling that they lock eyes on Alex, immediately recognize that they've already come across Alex before and that it's no coincidence that Alex followed him here. So he is very wary of Alex.
All right.
Chuck is there like nonchalantly being like, I think I'm gonna get a drink later. Any like nice spirit?
Chuck is like, "Hey, I want to be a threat too."
Brandishes turkey leg. And then Alex, did you want to try to cast some kind of spell?
Yes, Alex would like to banish the spirit out of this innocent person.
Okay, go ahead and roll use magic.
Okay. So that is 7 plus 3 is 10. I can't not do it. I would like to level sometimes, but I can't.
I was gonna say, everybody's been rolling very, very well. It's because I'm not here to curse all of your dice simply by touching my own. So yeah, so you are trying to banish this creature from this person. How do you do that? What does it look like when you cast your magic? I know you said you kind of made yourself bleed, but what's it look like?
Alex draws his power from blood. Surprised that a vampire does that sort of thing. So basically what he does is he doesn't necessarily have to be his own blood, but that's usually what he uses because he doesn't want to just slice one of his friends open and steal some of their blood to cast a spell. But basically what happens is he takes some of his blood, squeezes it in his hand, and when he opens, it's like almost evaporated into a dark like miasma sort of deal. Like it's like mist in his hand at that point, and he will reach out, and because the guy is obviously close enough to take money, he's going to like pat him on the shoulder, but more grab him on the shoulder, but not like in a get over here way, just like a a good firm, hey, how you doing? Yeah, like that, exactly like that. So thank you.
Like from Spider-Verse. Hey.
Yeah. Yep, and he's just going to do that, and the I guess we can say, because I rolled already, that the spell worked. So the way that it works is it kind of, the mist isn't super visible, but it slowly filters around the man's body and then moves into him, similar to like how the wanderers that you guys fought during my mystery would just kind of poof and then filter through walls. It sort of does that sort of thing, because I like to think that they're both kind of like death magic in a way. Alex is more blood magic, but whatever, blood magic, death magic, same
Blood,
thing.
death. Yeah.
And it just kind of filters into him, and if we could see inside of it, it would be spider webbing through the body, seeking the whatever's inside to shove it out and banish it from the person that it's in.
Okay. So yeah, you succeed. Apophis, you get this feeling that this creature inside this man is very wary of Alex. And as their eyes dart over to Alex, they feel a hand on their shoulder. And all of a sudden, all of you notice this strange kind of like misty aura surround this man. And he slumps to the floor.
Well, no, he doesn't. Alex catches him. Like, hang on now.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, your hand was already on him, so I'll give you that one. But he, just slips and falls to the floor, and Apophis, that connection that you felt to the monster is very suddenly severed.
Okay, we did it. Good job, guys. Now we can enjoy the Ren Fair.
Ren Fair time.
And I just like to think that Alex leaned forward and said something like, "I did decide to come with you," because like that, the creature said, "Would you like to come with me?" And back when it was inside of Dina, and so he goes, "I did decide to come with you," before grasping the man's shoulder.
And as Spike faints, Teddy will just say, "I loved you and Buffy." Oh God, well.
Wow.
All right. What do you think this is? Some kind of Monster of the Week show?
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Wah, wah.
He is blonde and cocky.
Yeah.
Oh my
Nice.
gosh. So, we
dude,
did it. Mystery solved.
Someone go get someone from the infirmary.
Teddy
Wow,
turns
okay.
to the assistant and says, "Well, what are you waiting for?"
That was such a weird way to say that. Well, what are you waiting for?
Teddy's not gonna go.
I have
Sorry.
very brittle
He's
bones.
Let's see.
interested.
Why should main cast go when there are NPCs nearby that can do the thing? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, NPC, get out of here.
Oh man.
So did we do it?
Can
I
would-
get the feeling we did not
But what if we
vanquish the
did?
creature forever.
Would it be possible, or well, this is Saul to the other players. So right now, our one means of knowing where this specter is going is through Apophysis Tune In, which at some point, if it fails, it becomes aware of all of us. I think right now
Yes.
it's aware of Alex, but not aware of the rest of us. Technically, it seems intelligent, so like maybe possibly it knows now, but I know via like what we've established in past games is that Teddy does have an EMF reader that can pick up the frequencies of ghosts, or at least like spectral beings. And so, would we be interested in having Teddy bring that thing out, like going to the train, or maybe it's in his overcoat, depending on what the keeper rules, but possibly using that to track the specter rather than the tune in, which could turn against us at some point, depending on the dice.
I would be for that because my good rolls tend to not last, and also that way, if like the party gets split up, there are two people that have, well, one person and one giant snake dude who have
Means of detection.
yes, means of detection. So
Then my question next is to our amazing keeper, who's doing a great job thus far. I'm definitely not trying to grease the wheels. Does Teddy have this EMF reader on him? Could he possibly have it on him, or would it be something that he would have to go back to old text to get?
Before we do that, did somebody go get like EMT for Spike?
We were hoping that his assistant
that
would.
his NPC.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, I think regardless, I think that there are enough people in the audience that like there were a lot of like gasps and alarm when he fainted, and like right now again, I think almost immediately you're being kind of like ushered away from his body.
Someone please help this talented man.
So I think that as you guys are kind of having this discussion, yeah, someone does go and like grab an EMT, and I think you're closer to. Anyway, I would say, yeah, I think that it would be fair for you to have your reader on you. I think that like it, yeah, sure.
Cool.
When Anne picked your outfit, she made sure that you had something with enough pockets for all of your gadgets and gizmos.
Teddy's sweating profusely because he's technically wearing his overcoat underneath the robe, so that he could still have the pockets, because he didn't know like what Anne had planned, and so
okay.
Yeah.
Well,
it's like
you would have known.
Linus blanket. Like,
in any case, what are you doing? What are you all up to?
I think before he's completely ushered away from the body, Teddy would probably want to kind of like pull out the EMF reader as surreptitiously as possible and try and get as faint of a reading as possible that he could possibly try and follow, if possible.
That sounds to me like an investigate a mystery roll.
Okay. Let's see here. Oh, okay. 6 plus 4 is 10, plus 1 is 11.
All right, you get 2 questions.
The first one I will ask is, where did it go?
Where did it go? So you missed the first time this creature left a body. This second time around, you didn't see it, but your EMF reader picked up just enough to know that it went just down into the earth.
Okay.
You know that it goes off into a direction, but in any case, you kind of lose the reading fairly quickly.
But I know like what direction it went, even if it like had serpentined or something along those lines. Like I know a general direction.
You know a general direction, but as of right now, you don't think you could just follow it.
Right. Okay. Then I will keep the hold for my other question.
Okay.
And Teddy will kind of like hold the EMF reader like against his phone to try and like surreptitiously like, you know, have it out, but not too crazy, not too exposed, I suppose. And he's gonna turn to the group and say, "It looks like it kind of went into the ground and went that way, in the direction that it went." But
I'm not much for digging, but okay.
But the signal's lost now. Like we're probably gonna have to walk around until I can pick it up again, or if Apophis can tune in, or something along those lines. But we've got something.
Okay. So do we go?
That fairly quickly, because the audience went from cheers to gasps. One of the EMTs comes running over and picks up Spike in his arms. And as he walks away, you hear him say, "That is the second performer today. What is it with these people? Why do they party so hard?"
Hmm.
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 But I mean, we know that the other performer is the tarot reader.
Yeah, I think these guys party.
Is the assistant back, or are they sticking close to close to Spike?
The assistant right now has gone backstage once Spike got picked up. She's taken the things of money and has started like kind of quickly taking props off stage because another show is actually going to start here for a different performer in about 20 minutes.
Gotcha.
Oh, you stinks that you lost that $80.
Do $80 is not that big of a deal, Chuck. What I want to know
What?
is
Okay,
I
Mr.
wanna,
Fancy Pants.
I want to talk to somebody, an employee, about how often people end up passing out and on not particularly hot days. I know that there's like a million different reasons for why a person can pass out, but I'm trying to see if there's like if there's something connecting them, which we know is this specter, but some unknown variable that we don't know of, then we could possibly try and track that other variable as well and follow that, you know. And so I think Teddy would try and go and talk to the assistant if possible.
Yeah, I think that you can kind of catch her as she is taking things off the stage.
It's a
Yeah.
she.
Yeah.
Okay.
My just like of course like the assistant is female, but whatever.
I mean, we can retcon it. It's not that we can. That is your power.
I'm the assistant. Oh.
Yeah,
Oh
it's
my God.
Chuck. Sorry.
Rips
Yeah,
off the
the
plastic
assistant
mask.
is just the assistant is a young woman who looks an awful lot like Spike. You actually get the feeling that maybe they're related somehow, like a brother sister duo kind of thing.
Right.
She has a very clearly worried look on her face, but she is taking as much stuff off the stage as she can and kind of ushering people away, reminding them that another show will be happening. But right now, she wants to just get all of the sharp things off of stage.
Teddy is uh, gonna walk up and he says, I'm sorry, miss. I don't want to distract you. If there's anything that I can help you carry, I'll do so. But I would like to ask you some questions about how things are operating right now, or operating here at the Renaissance Fair.
She glances up at you and kind of continues going about her work, and you can tell that she's very distraught. She drops a couple of swords, picks them back up. She's very clearly Trevor, please. But see, I really have to hide chat myself. And she looks at you and she's just like, I'm sorry, do I know you? I gotta go get to my brother in the tent. What do you need?
Teddy's gonna like grab the container that has all the swords and just kind of like move it closer to her so that she can drop the swords faster. And he's like, my name's Teddy. I'm just, I was there. I was there when Spike fainted, and a couple minutes ago I was also at the tarot tent, and Dina also fainted there too. And so I mean, it's not particularly hot right now, but I was wondering if you had any information about maybe there was like a party last night that they both went to. It would just be really helpful if you could think of anything that could maybe connect the two in some way, shape, or form. I just want to make sure that all the employees of the Renaissance Fair are safe and are being treated well.
Are you like a police officer or detective or something like that?
I work as an independent contractor from time to time for some local law enforcement. I wouldn't say that I am personally I will not say I am a law enforcement officer in any way, shape, or form. Just right now, a concerned citizen with possible resources of helping out the employees and staff of the Renaissance Fair.
Look, I don't know you. I do know that my brother just collapsed, so I need you to get away from me and all of these weapons. Unless you can prove to me that you're not just another fucking weirdo fanboy, whatever.
Okay. I'm assuming this does this count as a manipulate someone roll, or
It could be if you can. Yeah, let's go for it. And I think that your kind of a reasoning is like, hey, I'm not a cop myself, but I can be helpful.
right?
But I think in order to get this very distraught woman to give you any more info, you'll have to roll plus charm.
Is everyone else there too, or did Teddy just sort of go to the back to help out?
I definitely left it open for anyone to follow. I wasn't trying to like do a solo thing for sure.
Apophis
Well-
is not going to follow because he is a giant snake dude.
Alex will follow just because he has the doctor card to play if he needs to.
Yeah, I think Chuck will stay with Apothis then and just be like, so how hard do you think it would be to lube a sword? I feel like it might be hard.
I have no blood or
Okay.
anything in my hands, and he like holds up his little scarab beetle arms and wiggles his fingers, and they like click around, and he's like, I think I would have a very easy time because it would provide little to no danger.
Okay. But you think I don't like? Do you think it's strawberry like scented or something? Because it can't taste good if it's just like no flavor lube. Do they make flavored lube?
So have the roll go. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
5 plus 4 plus 1, so a 10 altogether for manipulate
okay.
someone.
Okay.
And I think what Teddy would do is retcon something to where he kind of like taps the staff that he's holding, and the illusion fades, and his sonic rifle like appears in his hand, and he says, "I'm a performer too. I know that these kinds of environments can be very abusive, and things can be they can definitely take over everyone's mentality, and you can't really see right in front of you the problems that are occurring. I'm honestly just trying to look out for you and yours safety."
I appreciate it. And I think she's going to let you help her kind of get everything else into the boxes. She takes them herself kind of to the back, and then sits on the edge of the stage and talks to you, and of course Alex, who is also there. And she just says, you know, these guys, they party a lot. These guys, I mean, me too. The first night when we're all here, we just love to drink. Sorry, everybody. But if you're asking me if this is normal, I blocking my screen.
What's so funny?
It's just nothing. I keep getting distracted by what other people are
okay.
saying, and I always want to like
Interesting.
reply to it, but I'm halfway through my own sentence. So
Okay, sorry.
this is not a normal thing, no, but I've been with these people for years now. Every so often, someone makes their own janky booze that makes everyone feel sick the next day, or heat stroke, or whatever. I personally, I feel fine, but what my brother does, that's scary. You know, it's not good for you. I mean, I know my job is hard too, but I'm not the one putting myself in that kind of danger. Wait, did you mention that someone else fainted as well? Who was it?
Yes, Dina, one of the tarot readers.
Oh. Huh.
Is that strange?
She went to bed early last night. It doesn't mean that she didn't party as hard as the rest of us. But I heard through the grapevine that this morning, another young lady, another woman who works here, Juniper, fainted as well. She's one of the barmaids, and well, with her I don't worry as much because she probably does just drink too much, and I know that she drinks on the job. It's part of being charismatic like that.
Sure.
But that's odd. Yeah, I don't know what else to tell you. Just don't drink, I guess.
Question for the keeper, very quickly.
Yes.
You said that Juniper was a barmaid. Is there like one bar that she could be a part of, or are there multiple that we would have to scope out to find out more?
There are multiple. You know, you would get the information from Spike's sister that she specifically works the 21 and up bar, which is attached to its own 21 and up stage. I believe all of you
Wink.
can go. What was that, Dustin?
Oh, I just said wink.
This is a real thing at real Ren fairs. It's not usually like 21 and up, like in the weird way. It's usually
yeah.
just like the humor is more inappropriate and like
Conventions do the same
children.
thing.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's about flavored lube. I get it. So the
No, don't do. I will end this on a bad note.
We are on the 18+ stage.
The,
for our
what-
stream.
Yeah, that's fair.
Where do you,
But yes,
what do you
that's
think
that's
the flavor options are?
I
Do
just
you think it's
I
a
think,
gen-
I think Teddy would definitely kind of like he would just say thank you so much for the information. I promise you're not going to get into any trouble for this. We're just trying to help out. I really hope that your brother recuperates quickly and that y'all can keep entertaining and keep on trucking. I'll let you go now.
One last thing, if you don't mind me asking. I'm a doctor. I work with him in some places like this, but your brother, does he pass out often, even when he does party?
not very frequently. He's got an iron stomach. You need it for this job. But I've seen it. He's seen me pass out too. It's part of the job. Drink too much, party too hard, eat too many turkey legs. You know, they can make you a little sick if you have too many.
I haven't seen that yet.
Try to stay away if you can. They're
Oh.
not very good on the way back up, especially if they're covered in gravy.
Yeah, trust me. I understand how that can be. My stomach is not. It does not agree with me very often with heavy foods, to be sure. Thank you. We're sorry to take up your time.
No, no worries, and I'll be around. I'm gonna go visit my brother, make sure he's all right. But if there's anything I can do, let me know.
Will do.
Hey, out of character, did she give us her name?
She did not. Her name. We can just stick to theme, but I don't know if I like what this does to canon. Her name is Willow.
Perfect.
I don't know what that means.
A tree.
Crazy.
I need to go back and watch that show.
Chuck is talking to Apothis. Do you think, like, could it just not be considered yogurt or something? Like, I don't even...
What about yogurt?
Like,
Well,
if it, like,
that's
like,
not-
like if flavored lube exists, is that not just, like, yogurt? Or gravy,
Okay,
I
team,
guess.
what are you guys doing, huh? What's going on?
yeah, I think
And I
Teddy-
would say
Apophis
For-
is just running away from Chuck.
This is
Yes.
so sad.
Sprinting
just
away. I just
full speed away.
yeah,
one of
just
those
Yeah.
anime funny runs like
What
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah.
get what you young people are into. I don't.
I'm sorry. Apophis would most certainly Naruto run, and like beetles would like occasionally fall off and then
Yeah.
like scuttle on the ground to catch
But
up.
that's an action run. Since this is a comedic moment, they've got to do the thing, and then Chuck has to be behind her, like, or behind them, like, 15 feet, also doing the thing, but like yelling out his questions. You know, if we're plotting this out.
Yeah.
We're not. We're
This
not
is gonna be
plotting
this is
this out.
storyboarded.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and
Yes, Anne.
Yes, and
So, you are all kind of on your own again. You're standing at this empty stage. There are still a couple of stragglers in the audience. There are other shows going on around you. But yeah, right now, I would say also between all of the conversation and things, it's probably about noon now. For reference, the joust is happening in probably 4 hours or so, 3, 4 hours. It typically happens in the daytime still, just so that everybody can see what's happening.
Question for the keeper, very quickly. When earlier in the day when we were at the tarot reading tent, was there like a line, or like were we there early enough that there wasn't that much attention to the tent, but like eventually a crowd was gathering, or a semi decent line to get their, cards read?
There was not much of a line. I want to say that all three of them were reading cards when you all came up and first started observing. It's a little bit free form, and most people who walk up, if they see that it's busy, just kind of keep walking. So I think that there was some attention drawn when Dina fainted.
Right.
But again, Janine, kind of pushed everybody away and was just like, hey, like, let's not crowd the person who just fainted.
Gotcha.
Right. It's fairly busy around here. Most people, the biggest clumps of people are congregated like at shows, just because that's something that you do for half an hour to an hour.
Mm-hmm.
You sit down with your 15 turkey legs in a duffel bag and munch on them as you watch people perform feats of great constitution. But yeah.
Okay. As we're walking, Teddy will just kind of pose the question to the group. I was, Willow mentioned that Juniper fainted earlier this morning, and she's one of the barmaids at the 21 and over bar and stage. Probably gets a lot of attention. And then we've got, Spike fainting, or being possessed, and then fainting once the specter left, also getting a lot of attention from the crowd. And then I wonder whether or not the specter is attracted to crowds or to attention or like excitement. The only problem being that Dina, there wasn't really a crowd per se, or a lot of attention, I guess, until after she fainted. And so, but maybe I'm just talking out my ass. I don't know. I'm just trying to pull something out of the information that we know.
Okay, yeah, it could. Yeah, I get you. It could be like a talent thing. Like maybe it's just a thing of like, oh, this person is very talented in this thing. I will harness their talent. I don't even. If that was true, they'd be all over me.
Okay, I'm not going to comment on that. When it was giving my fortune, it made a comment that you might as well be telling my fortune, as maybe a brief throwaway joke, but it then proceeded to talk about attention and I don't remember the exact wording. I'm sorry. There's been a lot that's happened since then, but it had mentioned being like the center of attention and that sort of thing. So that may be possible.
Okay. Do we still know the direction where this thing is supposedly went? Do we want to follow the trail?
Teddy will check his EMF reader and just kind of do like a 180 around his body and see if it beeps at all. in any way, shape, or direction?
It does not.
Dang.
Yeah, we seem to have. Well, it seems that we've, at least from the Jesus, words tonight are just. Ooh, it seems as though the surveying for the spirit is kind of hit in a dead end. We've got two leads. One is Juniper at the 21 and up bar and stage. We can go and ask some questions and see maybe what happened, if there was anything peculiar happening at the time. And the second thing, if we're following this theory of attention, I get the sense, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like the joust is going to be a pretty big thing.
Yeah.
That people are going to
Weirdly enough,
to. Yeah.
weirdly enough, pulls out my 4 tickets.
What's that?
I have 4 tickets for the joust.
There's 5 there. Well, how did you get
5.
there?
Yes, I have 5 tickets. I'm a big jousting fan. I like violence. Is that so hard to believe?
No. When did you get them, though? Because we've been together all day.
Look, maybe not. They fell out of the pocket of that one tarot card girl, and then I perceived them because I'm a big jousting fan.
Oh, okay. Well, I will say, just for the sake of, and I look at Apophis and Alex, best not to be stealing from anyone. But
it wasn't like I picked, like it wasn't like, oh, it fell out of her pocket because I stole it. It was a thing of like they literally fell out of her pocket.
I get it, Chuck. I get it. Well, at the same time, looking at Apophis and Alex, she's not gonna be using them, and it would be useful to have those seats for the event in case something happens. So maybe we should just not look the gift horse in the mouth.
Yeah.
I run an illegal clinic.
What are you
Like,
doing? What clinic? Shh. We don't do this. We gotta stay quiet about the crimes.
I'm just saying that I understand that sometimes you have to do things not so much accepted in the eyes of the law. And as you stated, she's not using them. Why would she need them if she works here? I
Oh
don't
yeah,
know.
that is kind of interesting.
Seems a bit of an oops to me that she would even have them.
Yeah, I mean honestly, oops, am I right?
What do you think, Apophis? Do you think it's an oops?
On a scale from oops to this makes sense, how do you feel?
It seems to be an oops, though. I
Mm-hmm,
am a little confused about the idea of looking a gift horse in the mouth. We haven't received a horse at all. We've received
Okay.
tickets. I thought we were. I mean, there are horses at the jousting, I
Right.
presume, but
Yeah,
We
that's
will-
exactly what it is.
Yeah, let's go look those horses in the mouth. Okay, let's
I
go.
thought we were not supposed to look the gift horses in the mouth.
Right.
Okay,
you don't,
well let's look
you
at
don't
the
look in the
people
mouth.
riding the horses.
Right.
then.
Ah,
Let's
I
look at their
understand
mouths.
now.
Oh,
Oh,
Woo!
We have received a raid.
Ink and
Welcome.
Liar, thank you.
Welcome, party people of Ink and Liar.
wow, that is a cool name.
That is
Can
a
I
really
just
dope
say?
name.
That is a
is.
cool name.
I like
So,
that
is
name.
it too late to change our name?
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
kidding.
extremely so. But
Yes.
Thanks.
That's
for
a
Welcome,
really good
welcome.
name. Thank you for the raid.
Yeah.
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 thank you.
We are currently in the middle of a Monster of the Week mysteries set at a Renaissance fair. We are determining what to do. I am the keeper. Hello. And if it convinces you to stay, one of our characters has a duffel bag full of turkey legs that he likes to consume constantly. So please stick around for turkey leg and other hilarity. But as a party, what would you all like to do? You've got a couple of avenues that you can go around.
You've mentioned
Yep.
that the joust itself won't start until 4 o'clock, and it's currently like noon-ish.
Yes, you've got a few hours. You know that people tend to go to the joust a little early to make sure they get good seats, but you do not have to worry about that because you have VIP tickets.
Noise. Chuck,
Still get there early if you want. They like to warm up on their horses and stuff, rile up the crowd.
Chris, you were going to say something before I interrupted you.
No, I was just going to ask when the joust was, and so the question was answered.
Do we want to head over to the 21 and over stage / bar to ask some questions, or should we go ahead and scope out the joust and pit? Grounds. Jousting grounds. Let's go with that.
Okay. Chuck turns to Alex and is like, "I'm sorry, you will not be able to join us, for you are under 21." He passes back.
I'm older than Apophis.
You
Wow.
are by no
He
means
turns to
older than I
Apophis
am.
and pats his back. "I'm sorry that you will not be able to join us for the 21 and up."
I think
Chuck, I am older than you. I was born at the beginning of time out of the waters of chaos herself.
Well, I'm just utterly confused then. Let's just go then. Well, if anyone tries to card you, tell them it's in your other pants. I think they buy that.
I'm also, you know, I don't know how old I am anymore. Like,
Oh, wow, this got really depressing.
well, no. Like, should I go by what I was or what I actually am? I don't like.
Wow.
it's true. Alex is an immortal anime man.
I'm so glad that I've started this existential crisis.
Regardless, I was 28 at the time of the incident, so like, I understand. I may not drink, but I understand.
Well, we're not going specifically to the bar and stage to drink. We're going to go to ask questions.
Well, maybe if we
I
get
know
to
this, but the point was that I could not get in for age related reasons, which is not accurate at this
I
juncture.
can't tell you. You're all so young to me.
Alex, do you have your ID on you?
Yes.
Apophis,
Oh wait.
do you even have an ID?
I do not have a government issued ID. No.
Wait, Chuck. There's
Or-
no way you have one.
Well, actually, I do not have one. I have several.
Yeah.
Not of me,
Okay.
but
So I hesitate to leave Apophis with Chuck again, considering where the conversation.
Please do not leave me. Please.
But realistically, they can't deny that Chuck and myself are over 21, so maybe we should go inside the bar
Perfect.
to ask questions, and Alex and Apophis could go check out the jousting grounds, and we will meet you there.
I mean, legally, they can absolutely deny you entry with that ID, but that is.
They're less likely
You're right.
to, because
Yeah.
we actually have wrinkles and are very dashing older gentlemen.
well, look, and so he like
You'll
opens
need
up
to
a
roll
very
for that.
thick wallet
don't.
and flips
It's in
through a
my
bunch
heart.
of IDs.
We are
It's like, I don't-
dashing.
Thank you, Patrick Costa, for the beautiful renditions of our characters.
Yes, thank you so much.
So I think that as you are having this discussion and determining what is going on, you hear in the distance some light music. And as you kind of wander a little bit, the music gets louder. And a little bit a ways, you can see the beginning of a parade procession. At the front, you have folks holding, banners. You've got people with trumpets. You've got people with drums. There are children that are just kind of like running around with like flower crowns and little batons with ribbon. And as you all kind of look at your maps and the kind of like plan of events for the days, you know that this is the kind of like noon-ish lunch parade. Typically, the queen is a part of this one. And you also know that for the next 5 minutes or so, you kind of can't really go anywhere.
Attention, parade.
Sure.
We should probably get some good spots then, see if anything happens.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like when you're at Disneyland and you have to be like sitting down somewhere. Everybody kind of just like parts ways and kind of backs up into shops and sits down wherever they can to kind of get a good vantage point. You're welcome to try to like get high ground or something like that, but for the most part, wherever you guys are now is fine.
Okay.
Are you going to watch it go past?
I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably a
Okay.
good idea.
Mhm. Yeah. So
Anne
the
said she was a
parade-
part of the parade, right?
think
She
so.
did.
We could make this a very awkward parade, but I think probably best just to watch.
Please don't ask everyone in the parade about lube.
Well, that wasn't where I was going, but now that you mention it, I'm still
So the
very
parade
curious.
goes on and waves of people pass you. It's a little bit disorganized. There are the people who are very clearly a part of it. The Queen and King's men are all dressed fairly the same. But of course, there are people who are part of the parade that kind of just joined it as it went. People with tambourines, with drums, with instruments, just having a jolly good time. Sorry, that was my alarm.
Very good.
But yeah, so that goes past. You watch the faces of people that go by, and they all seem to be having a good time. And you do see Anne as part of the parade. She's got on fake elf ears and a circlet similar to the one that Alex won during his joust. And she is dressed in like a very elaborate gown. She notices you and she kind of gives you guys a look of like, like, are you okay?
Teddy's definitely gonna be like, Anne, we know her. We know the one with the circlet. We know her.
Wow,
And, like,
wow.
And just like be pointing and like clapping, like very excited to see Anne in the parade.
Wow, you are very old.
So I do that in real life. I'm just letting everyone know. Like I will say I know them. I know them, like in real life.
Excellent.
I am famous by proxy. Hello.
Well, even if they're not like doing anything super famous, I will say things like that. Expect that if we ever meet up in person, that I will say I know them.
I'm gonna walk up and be like, "Wow, I know you."
And then hug.
Chuck
Hugs will
doesn't
be happy.
hug. Does he? Is Chuck a hugger?
Is Chuck a hugger? I don't know. No one hugs him.
Okay.
Anyway.
Well.
And we'll hug Chuck. Do you actually come up to Anne, or are you just kind of like letting her walk past?
Oh, yeah, she could. Yeah,
I think it's just hollering.
Yeah, we're just hollering.
Okay.
Trying to embarrass her.
Basically, this is like
Chuck's not hollering.
pull back the curtain. Like if you wanted to ask her for something or tell her what's going on, like you could do it in this moment.
And Alex is actually going to do that. He's going to join the parade with his big circlet on his doctor's mask, and like start like walking next to her and just kind of muttering what's been going on this whole time. Like some stuff is going down. Like this isn't like he's going to leave them to watch the rest of the parade just in case.
Mm-hmm.
But he's going to jump in next to Anne and start going over. Hey, this is not a normal Ren Fair, unfortunately. I have bad news for you. You've got a bad case of the haunting. So
Chuck leans to Teddy. I didn't know he was part of this.
I think if you're in costume, you can just join in, but I feel like it's more acceptable if you're a staff member. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I feel like it, honestly. I feel like this is not allowed. I
And-
support it completely.
there are specifically people in the parade that are not staff. I would like.
Yeah, I think I did mention that. That like there are clearly like tiny children who are dressed up, but very much just like children, in the parade. And it has a loose vibe. Like kind of the people immediately surrounding like the queen and the royal court are very like vigilant and strong, but kind of the rest of it, the music section, they're all just very chill, like just having a good time parading around.
Gotcha.
So if everybody wants to join, they're more than welcome to. I just wanted to peel back the curtain to be like, hey, here's a resource for you if you want it.
Gotcha. As they pass by, Teddy will take out his EMF reader and just kind of like scan a bit and see if there's any readings. And I will now expend that hold from Investigate a Mystery and ask, where did it go?
Okay. I think this is how we're going to do this. Alex joins Anne and starts telling her everything that is going on, and Anne is very worried. She turns to him and she says, I didn't even hear about Spike. That must have just happened. You've heard about Dina and Juniper already, right? They fainted as well. I was really hoping this could just be a fun vacation. Ugh. Corinne as well fainted. Corinne is, the Silks performer. Just moments ago, she finished her feats of dexterity and then almost fell out of her silks to the ground. You guys need to keep an eye on this, but I have business to attend to, but let me know if you need anything else. And as this conversation finishes, from the crowd, Chuck, Apophis, and Teddy, you see, from the parade, actually, step out Luis, the... Help, brain.
Blacksmith?
Yes, thank you. The blacksmith. He comes sauntering over to you. And Teddy, he comes right for you. He hands you the gloves that he said he would help you finish. And they look amazing. He went ahead and gave them some extra embellishments. They've got patterns on them now. And he's fixed them faster than you think that you could have.
Wow.
Go for it.
No, keep going, by all means.
He looks you in the eyes and he says, this is a smart idea. I hope that your big friend likes them. And he turns to you, Apophis, and he says, I'm really looking forward to seeing the three of you especially, and your pale friend at the joust later. And he collapses to the floor. And
Yikes.
I think that is how we are going to end our session tonight.
Yes. That was awesome. Fuck. Not Luis.
Not Luigi. Oh no.
Not Luigi.
Luigi.
Oh, man.
So, sorry to take away all the things you love. But, while we are all here, why don't we go ahead and do end of session experience really quickly?
Yes.
So, did we conclude the current mystery?
No.
Yes, absolutely. It's over now.
It was
Dude,
all
what if we
Luis
did
from
that in
beginning.
the first? That'd be really funny.
Okay. Did we save someone from certain death or worse?
I don't.
It depends.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
like through inaction.
Yes, through inaction we did.
We actively did not pull a sword out of a
By
man's throat.
stopping ourselves from acting, we saved them from danger.
You
because
could
we
make
would've
that-
put them in
you
danger by acting. Does that count?
You can make that argument for any game. It's just the fact that we did not kill anyone is.
During the last mystery, Chuck just like shot a teenager when he was unattended. Like, we could have shot some people.
It's a
We could have stabbed some
possibility.
folks, but we didn't. Did we learn something new and important about the world?
Flavored lube.
No.
No,
No.
absolutely not.
It could be.
I want all of you to erase a mark of experience. Sorry.
No,
You're being
no, no,
punished
no, no.
for your crimes.
Like I learned a lot about Ren fairs, and it was very cool. And I, even more so than before, really want to go to one. But I mean, we know specters are a thing. We know that ghosts are a thing. Maybe Alex. Alex seemed pretty astounded with the power of prestidigitation, or not prestidigitation, premonition / divination.
Well, he was more surprised that he went up to someone who was obviously an actor, and they actually just started doing magic in front of him, right in front of his face.
Okay.
Yeah, but
Fair.
I will say this: we may say no to this one, but I know we can say yes to the next one.
So let's go there. Did we learn something new and important about one of the hunters?
Absolutely, we
Yes.
did, because we learned about Teddy, and we learned about Teddy's some of Teddy's past and the importance of he and his family. So I absolutely think that we can say yes to that one.
All right.
Dope.
So with that, with our one yes answer to our end of session questions, everybody gets to mark 1 experience. I don't think anybody levels up from that, but does
Yeah.
anybody level up from that? Okay.
Currently at 3 experience, so I need 2 more to level up.
Yeah,
Same.
same.
But yeah, I mean, we only had 1 failed roll, 2 failed rolls today, I think. Oh no, just
Yeah.
1.
I
Which is
failed.
kind of miraculous considering I had each of you roll a dice just for our like pre-mystery goof off time. So I'm kind of impressed. Since we are
We
kind
did-
of closing up, I
Sorry
will
for
one
that.
more time mention, hey, if you haven't already, please join our Discord. Please follow us on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, where we are right now, Twitch, at TurnTables RPG. Our lovely character art, both for our busts and the full body things that you will see kind of in our outro, were done by Patrick Costa, who is at PCInc_ on social media. And finally, and I'm sure someone else will have something to say, all of the music that you have been hearing has been Adrian von Ziegler, the lovely composer of Celtic and fantasy music from Switzerland. I had a really excellent time being keeper for this first half of this mystery, primarily because I got to relive going to a Renaissance fair, which I have really been missing this year.
Right on.
Shout outs to the raid earlier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Liar, that was really
Super
cool.
awesome of you.
Again, really super
Thank you
cool
so
name.
much.
Yeah.
You guys are really cool. And shout outs to obviously to chat and the people who show up to support us, both maybe this was your first time here, and also those who show up week after week. We really appreciate you guys, and it really makes, like, I love looking down in chat and just cracking up in some of your jokes. Like, they're absolutely amazing. So thank you guys for
Yeah.
showing up. Thank you for being here.
Yes, you
And-
mean me trying to focus as keeper while everybody cracks jokes about all the horrible things being said.
It's hard.
It's hard. I'm gonna have to learn how to hold my tongue next time. And I think
What
Mars,
was the
you were about
worst
to
part,
say
though?
something. You know what it was, Chris.
No, but what specifically?
Hey Mars, what were you gonna say?
Anyway, I was going to say that if you are interested in if this is your first time, or you are just interested in you missed a week or whatever, we've got VODs on YouTube and also highlight reel stuff. So if you decide you want more character interactions or just miss us,
I miss us.
Yes.
I miss that.
Every day of the week except
Um,
Tuesday. I get real sad that we're not hanging out.
To follow up on what Mars was saying, yes, the VOD for this week's episode will be up on Thursday around midday. Usually fluctuates between noon and 1 p.m. But it will also have the recap from last week's episode in case you want to watch that first and kind of get a little bit more about a little bit more context for the conversations that were had in this session. But yes,
There's deep lore about the
deep
loop.
lore.
No.
Ooh.
please,
Ooh,
do not
yikes.
say that.
Redacted. Redacted.
You can't say that.
I
On the
stand
internet.
by what I
Awful,
said.
horrible.
We're pulling that back. We are going to. We're very thankful again for all your support.
Fun for the family.
For all your
God.
support and your views are always welcome, and you're always welcome in our chat. And we hope that you continue to enjoy the content that we're pushing out this December, and that you'll join us for hangouts and for games and for more Monster of the Week mysteries, because there will be aplenty before the year is out. And so, once again, thank you all so much. Thank you very much. And thank you to the amazing cast and our keeper for the week for doing such a great job. We hope that you got some snacks in while we were role playing, and we'll go ahead and sign out for tonight. Thank you all so much. Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Sleep tight. Don't dream of the lube.
No, stop.
No.
Why? Don't leave them with that.
It's too late. It's done.